Surely this driver update isn't going to make it worse, right? Fuck me. Okay, wait, it's running good now. Hello, Jack. I don't know, it was just lagging while I was booting up. I think it is running... actually, I don't know. Whatever. We're back. Timer, please. I mean, we could put a timer on the playthrough. It's kind of pointless, but maybe that'll bait some people into watching. Red Mercury Sprout. Can we take off our clothes? We can. Nice. This is the most efficient outfit, I think, chat. We need light roll. Wait, I'm not sure how... Oh, A is how... Wait, that's so weird.
Ah, you're awake at last.
You know me. Why am I here?
I came upon you in a brooklet some days past. You lay passed out due to the feathering. I moved you to the cave to recuperate.
The feathering.
I see. Know you not. A man-eating fiend attacked Worship's Rise 6 moons ago, spreading unthinkable horrors, after which many bore feathers on their bodies. A malady unlike any other, without hope of a cure. I found this silk manuscript on your person. Here, take it.
Okay. Silk manuscript. How's the game? We just started like a few minutes ago, so I can't really say yet, to be honest. Special pill. Continues to restore health over time for a certain duration and causes corruption.
You're not from around here, are you? The name's Charlie, from Worship's Rise. Don't you dare look down on me just because I'm crippled. My brother and I were once the town's finest heroes. But now my brother's burdened with finding medicine to treat me. A pathetic fool. How humiliating. You're heading to town, aren't you? Could you do me a favor and deliver this to an oracle there?
I have to deliver a message for this guy.
She's had this old bracelet for as long as I can remember. She's a bit different. You'll know her when you see her. I don't know if she's still in town, but please check for me. I'd go myself, but I can't. Not in this pathetic state. If you find her, don't tell her I'm stuck at the Reverend.
Okay,
Temple.
do not tell her he's stuck.
I've gone off to make a name for myself. Tell her I'll come back once I've made something of myself.
Looks like his eyes are fucked. Personal belonging of Kowlin, its surface stained with blood. You receive this amulet upon praying at the Shu Sanctum, claimed to ward off evil and act as a bane to demonkind. It offers blessing and hope. Yet if you and the mightiest Buddhas cannot quell the demons, his amulet may well be nothing more than a cruel hoax. Hello, Alpha Cat.
Most people have to be carried out of the Reverend Temple. You, though, you get to walk out on your own. Xuan Yangzi may be harsh with his words, but he tends to my eyes every day. Some of the worship's rise folk came here fleeing, but they didn't stay long. They rushed back out, unaware of how dangerous the world truly is. I am Tao Ting, just a humble merchant seeking refuge. I run a small trading business to make ends meet. Do you happen to have any rare goods for me to take a look at?
This vase?
Smooth to the touch, with a fragrance that's hard to come by. This is no ordinary treasure. Oh, but don't worry, I won't be tempted to take it for myself. This place is no paradise for a merchant. I'm thinking of heading to the Shu Sanctum.
I did not mean to do that.
This place is no paradise for a merchant. I'm thinking of heading to the Shu Sanctum. I hear the Ming troops are stationed there, and it's a safer bet than this old temple. I can trade with you, of course. It would be an honor. But for the real treasures, I'm afraid I'll need to ask for a little favor in return. Some thieves from Annalum stole my family's heirloom, an ancient landscape painting. Get it back for me.
Okay, this
I'll
guy
make it worth your while.
needs a painting.
You can find Annalum by taking the side entrance from the stage at Worship's Rise, then crossing a long bridge. Once you've retrieved the painting, meet me at the Shu Sanctum. I'll have a reward waiting for you.
Okay. Is this the DLC stuff? Holy crap, how much stuff is there, dude? Damn, the Night Spectre. This was my starting outfit, right? A lot of NPCs here. The Tiger of Fortune.
You're awake. You seem to have recuperated well. The old Taoist mentioned your encounter with that demon, Lu Hongniu. I am glad to see you on your feet again. But your arm, the feathers are still there. The feathering's a nasty curse. Even the Taoist doesn't have a cure for it. With your skills, maybe you should check out the Shu Sanctum. There could be something there to hold back the feathering.
He doesn't want to talk to me. Is there actually like equip load? I don't see anything about that, so I'm not sure if the armor actually affects it. Oh, you can, yeah, you can like transmog the armor too. There's more items in the box. Yeah, I know. I mean, we could take everything. The problem is, I don't know. Damn, you just get like 12,000 currency. Dang, pay to win, dude. Moonlight Dragon, that sounds pretty cool. What about the soul ritual? The Pop Boy. Draconic Resurgence. I wish you could jump in this game. I hate being locked to the ground. This is a bonfire? This is taking a while. And enter the dream from there. It fully restores your health and advances the story. Most enemies you defeated will come back to life. Oh, okay. Just resets the state of the world. I see. Can spend red mercury essence to unlock nodes, thus getting a new effect or discipline skill. Can also reset it. Can I... What the fuck is Skyborn Might? Hello?
Young lady, are you infected too? Since the feathering outbreak in Worship's Rise, many have fallen ill. First, feathers start growing on your arms. Then you lose your mind. Before long, you turn into a monster that craves human flesh. Lucky for me, Zhang Yanzi brought me to the Reverend Temple. His medicines kept me going, but who knows how long it'll last. Your symptoms are lighter than mine.
I wonder when we're gonna get the next FromSoft announcement. Man, that's gonna be...
chaos out there, especially in Worship's Rise. I doubt there
It's
are
gonna be
many
exciting.
survivors left. Still waiting for the tower.
I saw the old Taoist carry you in the other day. Looks like you caught the plague too, huh? Feathers growing on your arm now. Just like mine. He's got a heart of gold, that old Taoist. But who knows if he'll ever come up with a miracle cure for the feathering. I've been stuck here for ages, but no one's been healed yet. Heard the priests at the Shoe Sanctum might have something. I'd risk my life heading there. If the road wasn't crawling
Take
with
clothes
danger.
off should help.
If you're still kicking,
Yeah.
you might want to head to the sanctum.
Alright, everybody's telling me to go to
Be
the
your
sanctum.
last hope.
Yeah, taking off the clothes is a pretty good strat. Yeah, it improves the game performance. Well, what do the armors actually do? They do give resistances. Honestly, I feel like there's... Dude, some of the stuff, I don't really want to... I'll be honest though, I don't really want to use like the pay-to-win pre-order stuff. But we do have a starting armor. It's not pay to win. I didn't pre-order shit, bro. I got a key from the devs. Yeah, I believe it, Yui. I believe it. Is this guy an enemy? The fire hurts.
Well, well, look who's back. Feeling lost, are we? We are both wanderers of fate. No need for formalities. Now, about the power in your left arm. If you master it, you'll be unstoppable. You might even rewrite destiny as we know it. Don't believe me, eh? How about I introduce you to someone worthy? Don't call me cruel. You know how it goes. No sweet dreams without crushing a few nightmares first.
Hey, we fought 2 enemies so far. What the? The dialogue is very quiet. I could turn up the game sound if it's too quiet. Pressing dodge at the right moment to shimmer and avoid an enemy grants 1 stack of Skyborn Might and increases the potency of spells, skills, and weapon skills. Okay. The charge attack doesn't go that far. LT is blink kick. Cool. Hey, Daniel Art, thank you for the 6 months. Is this the tutorial boss? Dodge feels pretty good. So can I... He seems pretty tanky though. I can't fucking hit him. Dude. I feel like this is a fight that you're not meant to beat first try, but it's definitely possible. We're not doing very good, guys. The stamina in this game is kind of rough. Like, I don't have, like, any stamina at all. Well,
Hold on to it. This feeling.
okay. Standoff perspective or classic perspective?
Time's long gone.
So... Wait, isn't this where the enemy was? Or the guy who... Wasn't this the NPC who brought me in there at the fire? You only get one try, yeah. I'm sure we'll see that boss again later. Gigantic claw marks. Do I even... Did I even have a helmet? I don't think so. Alright, dude. I'm sorry. Holy shit. Just a headpiece. Was that not from the pre-order stuff, though? Why is this guy already damaged? Oh, that's my currency. I want to go through this door. This guy's kind of fucking crazy though. I mean, I don't think he's actually that dangerous, but he might be. He does seem kind of strong. I don't know when it's safe to attack this guy. Okay, hold on. I need to. I kind of want to fix my binds on my controller. Armor diff. Oh, that knocks him down though. You really don't get much range when you do that. Wait, can I just chain it? It doesn't actually use that much stamina. That kick does pretty good damage. Oh. We need the Reverend Temple Key. What's up, Romanticor? As transmog, yeah, I know. I feel like the enemy AI is a little jank so far. I mean, the boss fight was fine. Halberd. Well, the thing about frame gen is like, if your base FPS is high enough, then frame gen is fine and you're not gonna feel the input delay. But if your game is running at like 30 FPS and then you turn on frame gen, you're definitely gonna feel it.
Hello, lady. Are you the warrior that the old Taoist rescued and hid in the cave? Did you come to the Reverend Temple for healing too? He's so kind. He makes all sorts of medicines and has saved so many sick people. Don't worry, you'll be feeling better in no time. Don't worry, don't worry, you'll be feeling. Don't worry, you'll be feeling.
I wonder if we're gonna have zips in this game, chat. That'd be sick. Is there already mods? No, that's just the character. This is one of the pre-order outfits. Well, to be fair, I'm not wearing the chest piece. This is the full outfit. You know what, I'm actually curious. Ah, yes. These devs knew what the gamers like. Goon souls, indeed.
What's happened to it? It's me, Her Yuzai. You wrote to me about searching Worship's Rise for clues about Bar Yu. Have you forgotten? Bar Yu, your sister. We came here to find clues. For your arm. The old boatman spoke true. He warned of feathers growing on the arm. A mark of feathering. They say it leads to memory loss. And worse, it ultimately turns one into a man-eating monster. Fortunately, you can still speak for now. Take this. I'll counsel my friend, the old boatman. He may know a cure. I scouted the Shoe Sanctum a few days past. Aside from a deranged Taoist at the entrance, it seems safe. Rest there and search for clues. See the Light's End Temple? The way to the Shoe Sanctum lies beside it. But the bridge has collapsed. You will need to find a way around. But
The bridge has collapsed, okay.
if anyone sees those feathers, they'll definitely strike first and ask questions later. If you encounter danger, don't fight. I'll follow your trail and find you.
Yeah, I mean the reviews for this game are because of like performance issues.
Bamboo lantern. I found it nearby. Hard to believe such craftsmanship still lingers here. It's a reminder of how vibrant this town was. The fireflies inside, they seem to glow endlessly. A useful light for your path. I've tested it personally. With this, you'll have both hands free for weapons. Far more practical than a torch. Since we got separated, many of the Imperial Guards have been sneaking around the Tang Emperor's palace. But the refugees say the place has already been ransacked by rebels. Something's not right. I will track down the boatman, and we'll meet at the palace. I'll leave marks, pinwheels, along the path. Follow them, and you'll find me.
I will say the game looks pretty nice. About to die to this pleb. Sometimes they get staggered. Dude, I should be able to cut this bamboo. And learn unique weapon mechanics in the impetus repository to gain even more might. Okay. Can equip 3 pendants. Choosing the pendants that fit your weapon and style will give you an advantage in combat. Okay. Reduces damage taken while below a certain HP threshold. Then we also have spells. I don't know if I want to go up this way or not. There's another pathway. Oh, never mind. Well, we got the item at least. Hello, Mr. Death. Good morning. Increases madness when used. Turns you to the location where you last entered the dream. I think that's like our homeward bone. Can put our bunny buns on.
Feathers on your left arm. That's a sign of feathering. Most would have lost their minds by now. Yet you remain in control. Fascinating.
We'll turn up the game sound a little bit.
Runs through that arm of yours. I can sense it. How you managed to contain it, I don't know. But make no mistake, your left arm is the key to unleashing its full strength. Yes, that power's itching to course through you. But I'm afraid you're not ready to command it. Not yet. Here, take this. Let's see if you've got what it takes to wield that power.
I think the water is dangerous for us, chap. Oh shit, you're an enemy. When equipped with 2 weapons, you can consume Skyborn Might to unleash a powerful swift draw. Oh, you like... Okay, hold on, let's see. Cool. So you like switch... You switch moves, or you switch weapons. But you need the Skyborn Might to do that. Can you jump? No. The Buddha Cliffs. Thank you, Yui. Appreciate it, man. So you can teleport to the shrines. Teleporting will repopulate the map. The character's grayscale portrait appears in the teleportation list. It means you have yet to complete their quest. Oh, okay. Let's just take a look. Yeah, okay. Cool. Sorry, what the fuck am I doing? Oh, here we go, okay. The 4th attack grants three stacks of Skyborn Might. Second attack of the Longsword Light Attack combo grants Skyborn Might. Honestly, that one seems good. Increasing the max stacks seems good though too. Okay. well, I'm not gonna worry about those right now because we don't have points anyways. Hey, Tenema Labira, thank you for the 15 months, man. Mira Irbis, thank you for the 33 months. Forestero, thank you for the 17 months. Shadow Ryu, thank you for the 19 months. Daniel Art, thank you for the 6. Casey Happy, thank you for the 40. What Are You Dying, thank you for the 16 months. Christopher, thank you for the 61. Oh yeah, oh, I have to enter the dream to, like, restore my stuff, don't I? There's an eyeball on the wall. Thought this was a shortcut, but I don't actually think it is. Hold on, chat. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back, okay? I'm gonna go get some water as well, actually. Jesus, chat. Alright, I'm back. I went and got a plum. And some water. Oh, these plums are so good. Oh my god. Sorry, was that weird? Dude, I haven't had a good plum in so long. It's like dark red. So juicy, you know? Oh my god. It's so good. Show Plum? I would show, but it's too, I don't have my cam on. Or I don't have my cam set up. I'm just gonna finish my plum real quick. Hold on. Do I read the YouTube chat? I read every single message that all of you ever have sent. YouTube chat has 5 messages, it's not hard to read. True. What the hell did I just get? Oh, it's a spell. Vorpal Blade. How do I use it, though? Oh, I can block with this weapon. It's kind of weird, though. You can't move when you're blocking. Budding Red Mercury. Some clothes on. I have 2 pieces of clothes on. While having the high ground, lock on to an enemy beneath you and initiate a light attack to perform a plunging attack. Okay. You can hold block and move, but you can't... Like, when you're pressing the button, it, like, locks you in position. Die. Damn, that charge attack, pretty good. I feel like killing normal enemies in this game is pretty easy. Ah, yes. Chat loves this one. This is a good outfit for chat. Oh. Tang Palace Maid. Striking humanoid enemies from behind can cause them to lose their balance, leaving them vulnerable to a riposte. Honestly, this one's... Oh, you know what? I'm curious, though, about the embroidered boots. Can I plunge attack her? We got her. Benedictions come in 3 types: oath, wisdom, and memory. Can socket benedictions onto weapons or remove them at shrines. Increases your weapon's capabilities. Using benedictions that fit your current weapons and jade pendants further increases your effectiveness. Skyborn might reduces damage taken. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so there's weapon socketing. Is that a boss? I mean, it's probably like the tutorial boss. Yeah. What's my FPS? 300. Oh, we can get to this chest now. But I also have 4x frame gen on, so... Not actually 400. 300, sorry. Forgotten Remembrance. Did I go? Oh. Used for the mana potency node. Oh, this gives me more healing. Wait, where am I supposed to go, though? Wait, I think I see another path up there. Beautiful. Oh. Hello. These Gooner games, man. You know, I saw the PC Gamer. I actually read the PC Gamer review for this game, and one of his biggest complaints was he's like, it takes my immersion out when I'm playing this game and like the girl is just like half naked. Oh jeez. At least you get hyper armor when you're like attacking and when you're charging attacks. It always drives me crazy when you like charge up a fucking attack and then you get hit by like a fucking toenail. You get hit by like a feather and you just get knocked out of it. Red tasseled spear. What does it say? Ebb and flow. Hmm. That's cool. I mean, to be fair, I am being a gooner, chat. Like, I don't have my chat. If I put on armor, well, I mean, look at, like, you know, obviously the outfits are still, you know, they knew what they were doing with that, but, oh, what the the spear seems pretty good. And transmog the outfits back off. I don't know if you actually can. I don't think you can select nothing for a transmog. So all right. I just don't want to use the pre-order. I don't want to use like the pre-order gear. I mean, I don't think it really makes that big of a difference anyways. My starting gear is, I think, still better. Hmm. Wonder how the consumables are in this game. Hmm. Oh, he fell down. How much fall damage do I take? Not that much. Yeah, I mean, the reviews for the game are mostly because of performance issues from what I've seen. I don't know how to use the spell. Unless... Fire pot. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised Shroud's PC was running that poorly. Oh, there's 2 different pathways I can go down. Shit. Well, I woke him up. Holy shit. The iframes on the dodge seem very forgiving though, I will say. Entwined Legend Pendant. Burn resist. Sure. Yeah, well, weirdly enough, so in this game you can run with A or with B. But if you press B, then you dodge first. Monkey pendant? The power of throwables. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see what I was supposed to do here. I fucked up, chat. I was supposed to blow them all up with the fire pot. Okay, well, let's try to... Oh. That's okay. That guy actually did a lot more damage than I expected, but I guess I don't have full clothing on, so... Hold on, we can increase our healing, I think. Aerial Bulwark. Oh, that's the move. I was trying to use this move, but then he interrupted me. Wait, what? Oh, here we go. Mana capacity. Costs forgotten remembrance. It doesn't even use your essence. It just costs the remembrance, I guess? Okay, well, we have an extra heal now. You can also increase the amount it's healed. Oh, you need lost remains. While being above 50% madness. See, I'm not sure. Am I not? I'm not sure what Bold Heart does. Oh, hold on. We'll enter the dream. Give us an extra heal, I think, since it didn't refresh. There we go. 4 vases. Nice. Kind of far away, actually. Jesus. So brutal. So it seems like you lose some of your currency, but not like all of it. Oh shit. Okay, what is this aerial bulwark move? Oh wait, okay, I gotta like see how that. Yeah, it seems like it's a parry of some kind. I don't know if I can look at my skills. Probably not. Oh, wait, actually. I wish there was a way to... Oh, wait. Fleetness allows you to dodge a single enemy attack. Oh, you press RB. Right. Yeah, that's what I... Wait, what move is that? I'm so confused. Oh, that's just the normal R2. The charged R2 is different. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's not fuck this up this time. There we go. Dark Frost Edge. 5 spell power. What the? Like a combo. Yeah, the iframes on the dodge are quite generous for sure. That move sucks. Oh my god. How are you even supposed to use that move? What? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Like, what's the... how are you supposed to hit with that? Like, you move backwards. It's evasive. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's just, it's awfully flashy for only one hit. We got a feather.
I just stepped out for a breather and ran into a fine woman. Name's WUCHANG. I'm Dutanga's right hand. I take care of the big jobs. Those temple fools keep sniffing around for my treasure. Soon as I send word to the boss, we're moving out. Those temple fools keep...
Okay. What the? The charger 2 on this does not seem that good. Yeah, I don't think I can use... oh, wait. Oh, it's not bad. Am I poisoned? I'm gonna go this way first. Nice costume, thank you. What the f... I like the charge R2 on the axe a lot. Because it like knocks down as well. The charge R2 on the spear just does not seem that good to me. Ooh, big chest. Oh, shit! I wasn't sure if there was a R2 follow-up. So how is the blocking? I guess it doesn't work? I don't know. What? I'm it? Hmm. My eyes are so red. No. Do I have anything that cures corruption? Okay, yeah. Ooh, what is that? Golden Bull. Hand over to WUCHANG to access new products. No food remains. It's time to lock the gates and keep the last of the meat from escaping. Her tears never cease. Is she afraid of the people of Warship's Rose will come for her? You're not. I keep the key close. Only over my dead body will anyone set foot in Light's End Temple. I don't have any heals. Why did I go in here? I can't use my item to get... Oh. The boss tracking does not seem that good. Oh. Well, I kind of dodged into that. It is pretty bad. Whatever, dude. We were cursed, chat. That was like that. We had to like no hit at our first attempt. What's up, Norbro? It's been running fine for me, but I mean, I have like literally the best PC you can get. Well, maybe not the best, but I mean, I have a 5090 and like a top of the line processor as well, so.
Eons pass in a heart. Give it up! Time to die!
That does damage when he...
You don't deserve to die.
Oh, there's the feathers. Yeah, the magic seems pretty good. Damn, that did a lot of damage. The thing is, it's not that hard to avoid his attacks, but like I want to dodge into his attacks because if I don't get any of the feathers. Okay, I'm gonna put on a chest piece, chat. I want to see how much of a difference it makes. I'm not really sure. I mean, it says it's like 10-ish resistance. We'll see. I'm just curious. I think it would prevent getting two-shot.
Eons pass in a heart.
Okay, so when he puts the thing down, it does damage.
You don't deserve.
Yeah, like the boss tracking is definitely quite forgiving, at least on this guy. He did it again. Okay, so alright. Honestly, I don't think the armor makes that big of a difference. Maybe a little bit. The armors are useless. Okay, that's definitely not true. That's just you being a gooner, but...
Eons pass.
I feel like the soul that you leave behind is so tiny. You know, you think I would learn. I mean, I tried. He's doing, dude, that move is that move is so like, it's so jank. It doesn't seem like he's doing anything. Yeah, he's just like farting on me, dude. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. The axe is kind of shit. Yeah. I don't know. We can try the spear. We did actually get some more moves for the spear. Alright.
Rivers. Eons pass. In a heart.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't get a feather buff there. I guess this is the double slam, right? Oh. We're doing pretty good damage though with the spear. Oh! There we go. The magic has like insane AoE distance. What the hell is he doing? Bone needle flame.
Forget me not.
Is that a weapon? Grants 5 stacks of Skyborn Might. I can't even hold that many. Oh, we have the Echo of Dutanga. We have a different spell. Oh, here we go. Used via tempering to boost your weapon's fire attack power and enable it to cause burn buildup. Whip onto your item hotbar and use to endow your current weapon with special effects. Using specific bone needles before activating your temperance unlocks your weapon's hidden potential for much greater offensive potential. Okay, we don't have the other ones unlocked. I mean, I guess we can put it on. I don't know if we can take it off. It seems like we can, so.
True power in feathering isn't about possessing it. It's about understanding it.
Somebody's cooking. Oh, that there's a human. Those are people. Those are body parts. So.
You actually took him out. Color me impressed. Sure, the boss treated me well, but I've lined his pockets plenty over the years. I think we're even. Guess his number was up. But in this dog-eat-dog world, ain't none of us got long left. Mark my words. With the boss gone, the vultures are gonna pick this place clean. This town's gone to the dogs. I'm heading to the shoe sanctum. If you find any good loot, you know where to find me. This town's gone to the dogs.
Okay, the shoe sanctum. Alright, we got a bunch of levels we can do. Wait, we already did the tempering, right? Or do I actually need to... Wait, do I have a sword? A one-handed sword? Oh yeah, the Dark Frost Edge. I don't know what I want to go for. +5 strength. +5 agility. A parry would be cool. I don't know if you can parry with the spear. Well, I mean, you do kind of have a parry. Like the aerial bulwark is a parry in a sense, kind of. Oh, here it is. Sword counter. You can, yeah, you can deflect the enemy's attack. It doesn't do damage though, from what I can tell. Oh, here we go. You can get a counter attack. Okay. Well... I mean, this one is, interestingly enough, this one is... This one gives 5 strength. Might just get these two. I mean, you can just respec whenever, so honestly, it's like... It's not that big of a deal. Does the respec cost anything? I'm not sure.
Even headless, the kid wouldn't let go of that no figurine. Where could he hide it?
I always forget to rest. Holy shit.
Just need to catch my breath.
Okay, what about the running attack? It's not bad. The dough figurine stores a large amount of health. Okay.
To hunt, to steal the pigeon, poultry, pheasant, quill.
It's like Ricard's rapier. Fake monk sandals. We got pants. Faint red feather. I don't know if I like the one-handed sword so far. Wait, was there a bird? What do you mean? I hear it? I don't hear shit. I'm on speakers. Can you stealth attack? Oh. Let's try this again. I don't know if that was the right timing. I don't know if it does more damage if you time it right. No, it worked, but it's... Didn't seem like it made a difference. Health pill. Yeah, I'm just making sure. I want to make sure there's no more birds. I don't see any up there. Oh. Hope I didn't miss any path. I don't think so. I feel like we were pretty thorough. Unless there's illusory walls, in which case we probably missed something. The hell is that? God dang it, dude. There is a homeward bone item. I should just use that. Man, I kind of feel bad killing it. Hand over to the panda in exchange for products. What is the bunny item? It's a healing item. They're life gems.
Impressive skills. I didn't even hear you approach. Judging by your attire, I take it you're not from around these parts, are you? I'm Yen Sai-chang, but just call me Master Yen. I grew up here, so I know just about everything there is to know in these parts. Got questions? I've got answers. Inside that house over there, there's a kid hiding with a pot on his head. A few days ago, some monks from the temple came searching for him. I could tell right away they were up to no good, so I ran them off. Since when do monks go around stealing things and murdering people? If it wasn't for the villagers' sake, I would have burned that temple down ages ago. Oh, and about the way to Doom Willow Beach behind the temple, somehow it caught fire and burned to the ground.
The way to Doom Willow Beach.
If you're headed to Doom Willow Beach, you'll have to find another route. Mind if I ask why you came all the way here? Have you heard the rumors about the Shu Sanctum? They say the priests there have deep knowledge of medicine. Apparently, they've hidden all sorts of strange things upstairs. Not that any of that interests me. All I care about is finding medicine to heal my brother. He was bitten by the man-eating monster in town, and fell severely ill soon after.
But who knew there'd be soldiers guarding the place? They tossed me out before I could even explain myself.
They stand there like smug watchdogs, blocking anyone from getting close. Ma'am, since I told you about the rumors, could you possibly go up there and grab some elixirs for me? With your skills, it should be a breeze, right? Excellent.
Okay.
We will not forget your kindness. Oh, and take this. If you ever find yourself in trouble, blow the whistle, and I'll come to your aid.
Bone whistle. Having completed certain quests, you can blow the bone whistle while up against certain key enemies to call someone to your aid. Ew. What does that sound? High Priest has procured healing elixirs. His elder brother will distribute them, one for each soul. Let no discord arise in these trying times. Divination Crescent. Leave shimmering light when thrown, marking your current location. We have prism stones.
Are you here for the High Priest? You'd be wiser just to leave. The High Priest's ill and can't save anyone. Look around you. Everyone came for healing, but now they're all monsters. Thankfully, that officer showed up right on time to defend us. Or we'd all be dead. He even warned us to avoid the Shoe Sanctum. But now, he's suffering too. All because he wanted to protect us. The world's falling apart. And only the Imperial Court still remembers us. And that officer's fallen ill. He's not himself. If you're determined to go to the Shoe Sanctum, take the long path around. Here. Take this medicine. The High Priest said it might help with the feathering.
The Raven
I don't know
pill.
if it'll work, but it has brought me some comfort. Best to take it one day at a time.
Okay. I feel like we're gonna have so many items. Stores a small amount of HP. Okay. There's so many different healing items. I think we found like 4 different items that heal us, or like 5 at this point. Yeah, I don't really like to charge R2 on the spear very much. Whoa. Counter force? What the fuck is that? Oh. These are socketed into the weapon. I don't know. Wait a sec. Can I? Oops. Do you have to do that at the... I don't know if you can socket those here. Let's see. I can see the benediction, but I don't know if you have to do it at the shrine. probably do. I think I did it at the bonfire before.
Quit banging on my door! I finally get some peace and quiet and you come stirring things up. You don't seem like no good soul if you ask me. So let me be clear. The bandits have already stripped this village bare. They came out of nowhere and took everything that wasn't nailed down. Heartless bastards. All of them. Even if you don't harbor any ill intentions, don't expect me to open up. Holy hell, quit knocking already!
The thing is, there's two paths we can go down, chat. I don't... This is the problem. When you have like two paths, I never want to... I don't know which one I should go down. Maybe they both go to the same spot. The running attack on the spear seems really good. Very quick. Oh, why did I do that move? Yeah, the AI seems fairly basic from my experience so far. I mean, the boss AI has been alright, I think. Shit, no, get back here. You fuck!
Seeking knowledge, pursuing ascension. Life is not a fleeting.
So many different ways to go. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought there might be a shrine here. It's looking kind of creepy. Dude, there's... Oh my god, I don't know where to go. I don't want to go this way, but I do. But I don't. Oh, I don't think we can go that way. Alright. Well, we got another benediction for our weapon. Dis chat always classy. Okay, dude, listen, like... Every streamer has fucking weirdos in chat. Don't put this on me. Alright. mean, honestly, I'm not doing myself any favors wearing these clothes, but you know, it's nice to look at.
No, please don't eat me. I'm just an old bag of bones. I'll only give you indigestion. Oh, you're just a kid. You gave me quite the scare. Oh, you've fallen severely ill, haven't you? Too bad. You're probably done for.
Well, thanks.
Me? I'm but an old wanderer, traveling the world, telling stories to any who will listen, to make a living. I tell the stories of others, their history, their truth. Who I am and where I hail from is of no importance. Hey kid, got a coin to spare? How about a short story to brighten your spirits before you head to the underworld? Just a tall tale, something jovial, to make your descent more amusing. Now,
okay.
A long time ago, at this Worship's Rise. If you want to know what happens next, you'll have to pay up.
Hey, at least this game actually has voice acting. Dude, I cannot believe that Anotria had no voice acting for, like, NPCs. It was ridiculous.
What? Empty pockets? Just my wretched fortune. Very well, very well. Fate seems to have drawn us together, and you do not appear ill-natured. I shall unveil a path to great wealth. See that plump little thing over there? Don't be fooled by its dull gaze. That thing's hiding treasure. Go on, see for yourself. And if you happen to snag something valuable... Enough prattle. Now that thou hast claimed thy fortune, it is time to depart this cursed realm. Return whence thou came.
Yo, it's Siegmeyer. Wait, what plump thing was he talking about? He was not talking about me, chat. Oh, it's Panda! I heard about this guy. Steam-powered spear. Can force enemies to spin in place, creating a chance to unleash a fierce attack. Pray to the divine, reducing your damage taken for a time. Oh, it's a spell. Oops.
Life's cycle moves on. I pleaded for guidance, only to be met with silence. Fate unyielding, destiny unchangeable. Is the end of my journey but a fleeting dream?
Did I watch the Chronos gameplay from Bloober yesterday? No. Is it good? I hope I didn't miss anything in there. I'm still not sure what he was talking about. I thought maybe he was talking about the... Wait, where did he go? Thought he might have been talking about the Titanite lizard thing. But that thing, but he despawned, so. Okay, well that was, I think we have to go down the other pathway. But so these weapons have different moves though, like this one has steam chain on it.
And that officer's fallen ill.
Holy shit.
Off with your head! Judgment forward!
It's so fast! Jesus. Oh, we could go try to get that bamboo shoot that we missed last time. Yeah, most of the bad reviews for this game are because of performance. I'm gonna go this way for now. Maybe there's a shrine closer. Fuck. Dude, when you fall, the stagger animation in this game is so long. Hold on, I want to try the steam chain. Come on. Fucking attack me, bozo. Interesting. Oh no. These fucking pieces of shit. Jesus! Well, there goes all my healing. Chill, guys, alright? Compass turns as you pan the camera view. Nearby characters willing to talk will appear on it as yellow markers. Shrines you've yet to pray at will appear as red. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, that's nice. Got a shrine tracker. Oh, that's a big boy. The thing is, I can still only have 2 stacks of Skyborn Might. There's not very much. Is there a way to increase the stacks further? Maybe something else. Yeah, I know you can reset points. I mean, I guess we should... Oh wait, we want that. Oh, you need the faint red feathers for that, right? It's really hard to hit with the full combo of that. Okay, I kind of want to try to kill that boss, though. Come on, I saw the prompt. I know I could probably just go through the building. I'm just gonna go through the building. Alright, I do... Oh, is this the Shu Temple? We gotta go all the way back around.
Holy hell, quit knocking on...
My bad, lady. Did we go up here? No. No, I mean, so like, I'm not wearing armor right now. So, I mean, if you actually put armor on, then it's not quite as revealing. Oh. God damn, dude. Holy shit, he's so strong! Wait a second, this isn't... Oh, do I really want to run back to try to kill this guy? It's kind of... I kind of got to go pretty far. Maybe there's an easier way to get back there. Maybe there's like a shortcut. You were just there? What? Oh, is that the guy? Why armor? Okay, chat, do you really... I think you can actually roll out of a fall on this. Soft rush. It's our green blossoms. You are not grabbing me. Emerald Lotus Seed. It's for blight buildup. Okay, this just goes back. This goes down. Oh, come on. Holy sh... What? How did I hit that guy? Oh, it chains into the final hit of the combo. That's kind of nice, actually. Yeah, if you do R2, you can instantly go and... Wait, why didn't it do it that time? What? Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. I need to get my money back from when I died before, actually. Shit. Are you able to fall there, you think? Oh. Well, whoops. Okay. Let's try that again. Can I actually turn this thing? Oh, I need the shoe sanctum key. I want to talk to the people here, but I don't think you can backstab. Oh, who the fuck is that? That move sucks. Madness retreats. Oh. Killing humanoids or dying both increases your madness, while killing feathered beings reduces it. Oh. Should you perish while at maximum madness, a powerful demon will manifest where you fell. Only by defeating this demon will you be able to reclaim your mercury. The demon will attack anything that attacks it and not just you. Oh. Huh. Jesus Christ. Dude, he's so I'm dead.
Off with your head! Oi!
You can't. Okay, you don't want to roll away. You want to roll into him. The charge R2 in this with the spear is just, I feel like it's really bad. Oh, this thing is +1 even. Interesting. I can't get any R1s in. I mean, he's not, like, he doesn't have that much health, he just does a lot of damage. Okay, well, I can't backstab him.
Judgment fall!
Off with your head!
Okay. Oh my. He just keeps fucking going, man. He's really not that, he's not that tanky or anything. It's just he just does so much damage. What if I charge R2 with the...
With your head!
Oh my god, that move is so fast. Bro, that fucking move! Oh my god. Good. Okay. He's so fast. Sometimes he doesn't follow up. Yeah, that is fucking... Oh, and then he went for the insta attack. This motherfucker, dude. Holy shit. Ming armor. What about the pants? Hell yeah. Chat, settle down. Chat, some of you need to settle down and go jerk off, okay? Dude, I don't know how to get... I don't know how to get over there. How much do the Raven pills restore? Oh, it's actually pretty good. Okay, this big guy kind of scares me. Wow, ebb and flow is really good though. That did a lot of damage. Oh, there's a shortcut door here. Yeah, I'm not sure how impactful the armor actually is. I'm dead. Ah! I didn't see that guy. Well, at least we have our heals back now. No, you can just transmog anything. You just press triangle on it, and then you can switch to whatever you want. Oh, this big stone guy's back. Oh. Should probably use all these like mercury sprouts and things that I found. Okay. God damn it. What the f- Okay, man. I don't even know where that shortcut was, though, because I still have to cross. I still need to talk to all the NPCs here, too. Because I can't cross here. You can cross What do you mean I can cross there? Well, I guess there is a prism stone in the middle. Maybe you're right. I guess it's invisible. All right, let's go for it. YOLO. So many bunny buns. Okay, man. Probably should have used one of the bunny buns. Considering we're getting so many. At least we'll have a bunch in storage. Yo, what's up, Trino? Yeah, the armor in this game is sick. Yeah, so we've got this armor. And we also have we've got this armor. Pretty good armor. We actually have a draconic armor as well. Pretty good one. About this one. The regalia. And we also have pants. I thought I was gonna dodge at that time. Oh, that was effective. I'm alive. How much do the fire pots actually do? Quite a lot. Not bad. The riposte animations are pretty satisfying. Yeah, thank you for the 100 months, Dragon Hunter. Thank you, buddy. Can I go in up there? Why am I naked? That's just how my character likes to dress, alright? Oh yeah, this is where I came from before. Oh, and then there's the shortcut. Okay. Let's see.
Knock. Is that all you can do every single day? You're not from around here, are you?
Oh, did I get dual blades?
Fled. Don't count on my help. But if you've got something valuable, you might want to see what that profiteer Tao Ching has to offer. It's embarrassing to admit, but I used to be part of a theater troupe. Ever since the rebels took over, they've killed so many. Tao Ching told us to drown ourselves in the river to protect our dignity. But when it came down to it, he chickened out. Said the water was too cold. What a gutless coward. Shameful, really. If you ever meet him, give him a good beating for me.
Dude, people are giving me so many
Spit on
bunny
his
buns.
face.
Could probably put those in my bar. Only 4 items being equipable where inventory seems kind of questionable. Maybe there's a way to get more though. Maybe it's like Lies of P where you like unlock more something.
Another beggar. Sadly, I don't have any food either. But no matter how hungry you are, don't eat the corpses outside. They're poisonous. I've been hearing gnawing sounds nearby the past few days. But the town's been pillaged clean of all food. Could they really be eating the... let's not go there. Just thinking about it gives me chills. If you're desperate for food, better head to Reverend Temple. The old Taoist might take you in. Heed my warning. The corpses outside are poisoned. Don't eat them, no matter what.
Okay.
Oh, you don't look like you're from these parts. And that weapon... You must be one of those wandering knights, like in the old tales, right? A mad monk took my mother and little brother. Father went after them, told me to stay put, but it's been so long. Please, great warrior, can you help me find them?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh,
Here,
a key?
Take this key. Up the stairs in Worship's Rise, there's an old courtyard house. The theatre troupe used to live there. My parents
Worship's
were part of the
Rise,
troupe.
okay.
Maybe you'll find something that'll lead us to them.
Hey, Kylian, thank you for the 20 months, man. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, chat. Alright, I'm back. Oh shit, no, I didn't want to do that. Alright. Yeah, it's funny, she holds the spear exactly like Wukong holds his fucking staff.
If you ever meet him, give him a...
That's how you hold stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like, it's not a criticism, it's just a observation. Check the blades. Oh yeah. I'm getting destroyed. Bruh. What is that? No. I can't believe this. All right, well, let's talk to the enemies in the temple, shall we? Well, not enemies, but...
Just call me with that whistle, and I'll be at your beck and call.
Oh, it's the whistle guy, okay.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me
Oh yeah, we've got something we can give to this guy.
Oh, well, well, you've managed to snag Dutanga's treasures. Oh, quite the feat, I must say. Oh, but don't let his gruff exterior fool you. He's got a soft spot for romance. Apparently, Dutanga had a thing for the actress Feng Xiaowan. Oh, he was quite fond of her. But she was already married and had twins. But did that stop him? Not in the slightest. He was there daily. When chaos erupted in town, Dutanga kidnapped her. Left those poor kids without parents. Ah, what a cruel twist of fate. Ah, about those rumors. Yes, I may have had a little dalliance with an actress from Worship's Rise. Oh, but don't believe everything you hear, friend. Here, take this. It's valuable. I trust you'll keep this between us. From now on, I will make it worth your while for anything you bring my way.
Alright, what has he got for us? He's got a mask. Ooh. Has a lot of feathering resist and fire. Robes. Prayer beads. Oh yeah, we can equip our weapons. Okay, you know what? Hold on. We're gonna use... Bat shoes, 22. Boom.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment. In these troubled times...
Yeah, this thing has like really good elemental resist. Oh, it gives me hair. Wait, what? Didn't mean to do that. Benediction. This is the weapon sockets. Oh, it's different. Oh, okay. Get the Skyborn magic. We don't have any memory ones. How do I... Oh, here we go. Switch weapons. Invoke. Oh, what is this? Oh, my madness is too high. I have really high madness. I guess we should keep some of those, actually. Do 2 level ups. +1 vit. I wonder if there's somewhere in the tree that gives... Oh yeah, see, this one is +5 feathering. There's probably one that gives +5 health. +5 strength. Oh yeah, it's right here. Wait, what did I just fucking do? Oh, I like zoomed out. Okay, there we go. I mean, that gave me quite a bit of extra health.
As I beseech you, keep my Shaolin safe.
Divine gift. I wish there was like a recent items tab. Golden statue of Master of Shu that possesses the power to dispel one's madness. Oh. So many NPCs. Oh, he doesn't want to talk. Oh, he's sleeping. The afflicted prisoners ahead wrestle with their late-stage feathering. Head upstairs at your own peril. Oh.
My son? Is it really you?
Do I really look like your son? Oh, the Peachwood amulet.
Oh, Lin, you foolish boy. I gave you this charm to protect you. Why are you returning it to me? It's no good anymore. Here, take this one instead. I beseeched our ancestors for this some time ago. Offer it at their shrine, and it'll ease your spirit and shield you from evil. You joined those Taoists for that exorcism at the law courtyard, didn't you?
Wait, what item did she give me?
The gods must have been watching over you to bring you back in one piece. Oh. As for that Lu Hongyu, she's become a man-eating fiend. Do
Oh, she gave me a divine gift.
understand how how much I worry for you. If only Official Bai was still alive, that monster would have been dealt with long ago. But Lu Hongliu has her father to thank for what she's become. Her father, back when he was the coroner, raised her on the flesh and bones of the dead. No wonder she turned into such a creature. I heard from a Taoist priest that she gnaws on some small, strange meat.
I'm wearing the pre-order gear,
chat.
chat.
How much she eats, it's never finished. They call it the white jade dumpling. A cure for every illness.
Disable the chat. We could take chat off screen.
Only I could have a taste of it. I'd be as healthy as ever, no longer a burden to you, my dear child. Now that you're home, stay here. I'll pray to the gods to protect us.
I mean, you're not really missing that much anyways. It's missing a bunch of booba spam. Well, that's not completely true. You know, there's some nice messages in between all of that. Ooh, what is this? Purple camellia. Wait, what was that? I didn't even see. I didn't see an item pop up. It's weird. Oh shit, is this a boss fight? I'm not getting mad at chat. Tried to dodge. Oh, too early. His moveset seems fairly good. Well, I'm dead to the corruption. This doesn't seem too bad. Use the bone. I don't need an ally. I did pick up anti-corruption flowers. I mean, we could equip them, I guess. Might make the fight a little easier. Oh, there's an item over here I didn't get. Wait a sec. Oh, no, it's around the back, but inside the building. No, there's no character creation. Damn it, dude. Okay, dude. This boss is so slow. It's like he's just like jumping around. Can you parry? There are some ways you can parry, but it's not like default. Do I like the combat? It's been okay. I'm not gonna say, I don't think it's like amazing or anything, but... Oh, what is that? Oh, okay, dude. No, too early. God dang it. Yeah, you know, I already forgot about the weapon swapping. You need the feather though, or you need what is it called? The might, whatever the buff is. I am so shocked that still worked. Damn it. No. No, the follow-up. Hey, Shadowless Panda, thank you for the 43 months. This fight's it's not bad. I just greed is the biggest killer. Oh, why do I always dodge that too early? Oh no. That is cool. That grabbed, dude. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up before he before the poison killed me, man. Good stream. Oh my god, that does so much damage. Oh, we got the Sanctum key. What a battle. Can I remove the mask? No. The mask stays on. For now.
Oh, ma'am. I'm relieved to see you unharmed. Did you manage to find anything? This thing looks peculiar. I wonder if it could really save my brother's life. This soft rush is all that I have that's worth offering. It's yours if you'll have it. I must return to Reverend Temple to save my brother. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me.
I'm kind of dirty.
What treasures do you have for me today? Isn't this the priest's cane? I figured this day would come. The priest hails from ancient Shu, and any pilgrim visiting the Shu Sanctum must seek his approval. The bronze cane he wields is a relic passed down from the Emperor of Shu. And he's taken it for his own while he secretly brews his elixirs. As for what those elixirs do, only he knows.
Where's chat? Chat's off the screen for now.
There's a vault beneath the Shu Sanctum.
Oh.
It is said to be full of
Oh, maybe that's why I need to use the...
Truth be told, that's why I'm here. I've had my eye on those treasures for a while. Oh, but I'm just a humble merchant. I lack your particular skill set. Why not go and take a look for yourself? I will pay top price for whatever you find.
Clerical mask. Oh, it has good magic resist.
In these troubled times, though red mercury might be common around here, it's a rarity elsewhere in the land. If you've got more than you need, don't forget to drop by and support my humble business.
Hold on, I'm gonna use these.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment.
This actually, that's a nice armor set. Is there like a whole area down here? Oh shit. Oh, I'm corrupted. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna... Oops.
Silence, disciples. Say no more. The underground palace. I should never have led you all there. Lu Hongliu, the Trinity Bell. You will pay for this.
Okay, well there was still some more stuff over this way that I kind of want to check. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really seen that many reviews about the actual gameplay. It's mainly like performance. Wow, this thing is hitting pretty hard now. We have this shortcut here. Oh, wait, now that we have the key, maybe we can get in the door up there? Did we go over this way? Oh yeah, this is where we... Yeah, we were here. I don't think there was any other pathway here either. it's that fucking crazy pot throwing guy that wrecked me last time. Hello, Santosk. Okay, dude. This animation lasts for way too long. Walking Clash. Is this a shortcut? Oh, it is. Aha. Are we able to get through this door now? Alright, Reverend Temple Key. We don't have that. I am not sponsored, no. I am just playing the game for fun. Hmm. And these areas are... oh. Areas are quite big. You can eat the consumables so fast. Whoa. What the fuck? I think it opened this for us. Oh, we can go up top. Are you kidding? I will say only 4 items, like item sockets or slots is, I don't know, man, that feels really low. Maybe you'll be able to increase it though. How's the game so far? It's been fun. I'd say it's been on the easier side. I mean, I've still died to like the bosses a few times, but what is that laughing? Like the normal enemies have honestly all been like really easy to kill. I'm enjoying the game though. Oh. Wonder how I'm supposed to get to that guy. Okay, this is the shortcut door. Or maybe not shortcut, but the way back out. Yeah, I think the game is good. The game is not running well for a lot of people.
Just like the old hag. Always
You can get the
muttering to
game on
herself,
Game Pass.
looking for her son, Aya. Truth be told, he's likely long been eaten by monsters right down to the bones. She's always pretending to read fortunes and heal the sick. What a fraud. She's not fooling me. I think she's making it all up. Get away from my door. I care about my life, even if you don't seem to care about yours.
What's up, Hayes? It's been fun so far.
Get away from my door.
I guess I need to go up. Maybe not. I guess you have to go through that other door that I saw. Seems like this is just a loot place. Down the basement in the building. Yeah. I mean, I know I can go back that way. I'm just exploring. Doesn't seem like there's anything else over here for us, though. Did I go up the ladder? I think so. I don't know. Now that you said that, you're making me think I missed something. But I mean, I went on top of the building. I don't. Oh shit. Okay, here we go. Militia clothes. Plague ravages our land and brigands circle the temple like vultures. I fear my fate hangs by a thread. I implore you upon reading this, hasten to warships rise, bring my brothers and flee this doomed land. Devoted daughter 1. Oh, you know what? I bet this... The night ones go pretty well with this armor set. Can I show the other weapons a bit? Yeah. I mean, I have these dual blades, but I really didn't like them from the amount that I used them so far. Okay, well, we got a letter, but that's nowhere else we can go here. Yeah, I think... Is there another ladder that I missed, chat? No, you can't jump. Oh wait, this one. Okay, well, down he goes. Do you think he can even climb the ladder? I don't even know where he's going. Whatever, he could stay down there. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really like these daggers very much. The axe was cool. The daggers just hit for nothing and they don't do any like stagger damage. God dang it. Is there anything even up here? Jesus. I don't know where the guy went, but we have the shortcut open now, so that's good. Oh man. We still have that underground area to check too. Under the temple. Fuck, he made it out. Dude, this guy is crazy. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. He just keeps going. He just keeps going, man. Alright, well, what's the quickest way? Some of the runbacks are actually kind of rough, too. Wait, is there an item there that I just saw? And the game gives you a lot of, like, healing items, though. Jesus. What is going on? Guys, I'm upstairs. Oh, increases the power of plunging attacks. Can we plunging attack the fire guy here? Oh, that's cool. What the fuck was that? Did he go invisible or something? Did I miss? Fuck this guy. Oh, this enemy is crazy, man. Holy shit. Oh, that move is cool as fuck, though. Okay, good. Barely did more than a regular attack. Yeah, but style points, though. What does this say? Town is full of the sick and medicine is running low. For severe cases, seek the Taoists at Reverend Temple. Okay. Well, we don't have the key for that. Maybe we get the key from this guy. I wonder if there's any shrine around here. The guy reset, so at least I can explore now. I don't know if I can get up there. Normal enemies? Yeah, that's not a normal enemy, man. I don't think there was anything else up there. And there's like, these areas are big. They really are. Fixed origin pill. What is that? Boosts all status effect resistances. Oh. Brave souls, heed my call. I, Luo, am gathering warriors to take down the man-eating demons that plague us. These foul creatures, spawned from the earth itself, lurk in the shadows and stalk by night. They're elusive and their hunger is endless. Rally at my estate, arms at the ready. Together we shall forge a plan to purge this evil from our lands. Okay, that looks like a boss fight. Maybe there's a checkpoint over here? Or maybe a shortcut. Maybe, oh, wait a sec. Isn't that the temple? Oh shit, maybe we, oh, can we knock down the tree? Oh my god, we can. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay, that's where I came from. You know, it's weird though. Did my graphics settings... The game is still running fine. Not as well as before. It's over here. Oh, hello. Where the hell even am I? Okay.
Ah, you seek the path to the Tang Emperor's palace? I fear that the route is no longer open. The rebels departed months ago, yet the soldiers still stand guard there. It is rather peculiar. Rumor has it, it holds secrets. I had hoped to search for cures among the Emperor's scriptures there, but now it seems the only way in is through Doom Willow Beach. Now that I think about it, though the road to Doom Willow Beach is blocked by flames, I have heard whispers from the townsfolk of a hidden passage beneath the shore.
Oh, yes, I've unlocked that.
As for where the entrance lies,
Already been there, dude. Okay, well, let's see what's over here. Was I over here before? Is this where I fought? No, I don't think I've been here. Although this looks like a shortcut door, maybe? Okay. Well, we have two shortcuts, the tree and the door now. We can level up a bit. So we have quite a bit of red feather things to use. Hold on, let's get some stuff for the axe. Oh, you can level it up more as well. Oh, 5 vit. Yes, please. Oh, here's another charge. Cool. Earth Shatter, okay. Discipline skills you unlock at the repository must be equipped on a weapon. Oh, instead of blocking, you get Earth Shatter, okay. Hey Damon, it's fun, honestly. I'm enjoying it. The game has some performance issues though. I mean, it's running okay for me. I feel like I've said this about so many new games this year. People are like, is it good? It's like, yeah, but it's probably not gonna run well for you. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, okay, we're here. I see. with that guy. Okay. Trying to be thorough with my exploration. Like I'm really trying to get a grasp of my surroundings so I don't get lost. It's definitely a little confusing though. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go back up here real quick. What is that red vine looking thing anyways? Okay, this is where I came from, right? And that's the door, and that's where the guy was that pushed the boulder. Okay. Holy.
Your riches are mine.
That earth shatter doesn't seem that good. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong, but firearm blades. I really don't like the dual blades. I'm not gonna lie. They don't seem that good. Anyone else bored of Souls-like? Not really. The game is not review bombed. Oh, this guy was gonna fucking kill me, dude. Okay, so... Is there anywhere else to go here? It's just a side area. I mean, we got the blades. I guess that's the main thing. Where am I heading? I don't know, man. Have I explored this area? I think I have. Wait, oh yeah, that's where I killed the... This is how I got to the Shu Temple the first time, I think, right? Still gotta kill the fire guy. Okay, this is where I knocked down the tree. Let's see, what if I go to the left here? So these feathers that I've been getting, they increase one of the following boons for a time: health, stam, or damage dealt. Wonder how much they give. Seems like a fair bit. Oh gosh.
The Outfire!
Okay, dude. I couldn't, like, he knocked me down with that hit and then did his follow-up while I was still getting up. Okay, well, we need to go upstairs and then take the tree. Clearly, we need to just take our top off.
For the Outfire!
Jesus, dude. I just need to respect his combos.
Purge the wicked! For the Empire!
Nice. Look to the horizon to reunite with faces of the past. Gaze?
Sis, I can see the way now. Come on, let's head to town. I want a steamed bunny bun. Oh, and candied hawthorns too.
Oh. Greatly increases stamina, recovery speed, and maximum health. That looks tasty. Your madness runs deep. Choose the artifact that matches your nature and you just might subdue it. Oh, okay. I see. You can reset your madness level here. Vitality power. I mean, I'm the reason the main character looks like this. You don't have to... You don't have to look like this. There's plenty of armor you can wear. I mean, the even like the armor sets though are obviously still kind of revealing, but... Although this is like the pre-order armor. I feel like all the armors that we've actually found that weren't from like pre-order stuff were fairly simple. Is this chest the same as the... It is, okay. Wasn't sure how that worked. Okay, so we got the tree, and then... Wait, where did going down here take us? I don't think we went this way. Oh, wait, no, we did. That's... Okay, shit. I shouldn't have done that. Well, fuck. Okay, well, we still have the base. Oh, yeah, we didn't talk to this guy.
Hey, we meet again.
Oh, he sells stuff. Cures frostbite? Sure, we'll get some of the... Get some of that. Sells fire pots, daggers, alleviates poise break buildup. I guess I'll buy some, I don't know.
Come back soon. Hey, you made it. Now that's a fine piece of work. It took quite the effort to get this out from the treasure hoard under the shoe sanctum. Dutanga always kept a sharp eye on it. Since you've shown you're serious, I'll show you something rare, never seen by anyone else. Not to brag, but my stuff. Rare grave goods plucked straight off their bodies. Most folks don't live long enough to enjoy the spoils, but you've got the guts and control to handle it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll show you some real treasure from the graves. Consider it a gift from your new friend. Hey,
is that Gooner setup? What do you mean?
Don't forget yours truly.
Alright, what's he got now? Golden bandit robes. Oh. Increases damage dealt if 3 discipline skills are known. I guess we'll buy it.
Come back soon.
Might as well level up a bit. We've got 3,600. Sure. Hey Daima, how's the game so far? It's been good. Okay, so we still have to kill the... Maybe we should go try to kill that fire guy. This mask has really good fire resist as well. We should use that. Okay, so we... Alright, let's see if we can go in this door. This might be a boss fight, I'm not sure. Oh. Oh. Wait, I didn't refill my heals, chat. This boss fight seems really easy so far. That was a bit risky. Oh no. I mean, I'm on a 50/90, so I'm not really like a good test of performance. My About Me page says I have a 40/90. Yeah, I don't really update my bio very often on Twitch. It uses so much stamina. Okay. I'm getting greedy. I feel like that Earth Shatter move is just not that good. The same thing that got me before. Going crazy, dude. Jade Cicada. Yeah, most of the boss fights have been definitely on like the easier side. Alright, we still gotta go kill that fire guy. I also might want to reboot the game because I feel like the performance is getting worse. I don't know if there's like a memory leak or something. I feel like that is also very common for a lot of these like newer games. Do I have a Homeward Bone? Because I have this one, but... yeah, you lose all your mercury. A golden arm. The what? Oh. Wait, no. I mean, that's cool. It's not a Homeward Bone, but cool. All right. Dude, why is there only 4 item slots though? It feels like items are so important. And then your heal is also like one of the items as well. All right, hold on. I'm gonna reboot the game. Hey, Matriarch, thank you for the 21 months. Yeah, it's definitely running better now. I guess the game does have like a memory leak or something. I don't know. Oh, did we get a spell? I forgot, we haven't even tried the other spell that we got. Holy shit. Where are her pants? She is more comfortable like this. Alright, well... I don't know if there's any other pathway over here, though. I think we might have... I mean, we did that boss, and then we went over to the other area where we got the dual blades. Maybe it's time to go... It might be time to go down below? Hey, Cookie. Wish there's more bonfires. Yeah, they are definitely not... You know, it's interesting though, because I feel like all of this is just like optional, or maybe it's not, but because I got the key to go under here so early. Man, I feel like there's something I'm missing here though. It's an area I haven't been to. But down there, I don't think there was anything else over this way, was there? Well, we killed the fire guy. I mean, I know where to go. We need to go below the temple. I'm just wondering if there's anything else that we've missed. Did I forget to turn stream mode? Oh, fuck. Oh, God. And then up there was just that guy, and then this is the area. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like we.
Still wandering out, another unfortunate soul. If you wish to live, try your luck at the Reverend Temple outside. The temple's run by an old Taoist. He's a good soul. Still wonder another unfortunate. The temple's run by an old. Better hurry though. Stay out too long and you'll lose.
Just let me talk.
Better hurry though. Stay out too long. Better hurry though. Stay out too long.
But I don't have the key for the Reverend Temple, so there's no way for me to get there. Well, she's telling me to go there, but I don't have the key. The fuck? Oh. Jesus. Greedy monk with the long hair has been frequenting Fang's place as he set his sights on her. His crescent spade shines with ill intent. Fang snatched by the monk's greedy hands, Luo's estate has turned into a den of horrors. Day 17, forgive me, brothers, I cannot meet my end in this forsaken place. How do I get out of here? Oh, we're here now. Alright, well, yeah, I mean, there isn't really... I don't think there's anything else. I wish there was a way to go to Homeward Bone without losing your currency. Maybe there is. I have not figured out how. There is like really not... There's not many shortcuts, or sorry, not shortcuts. There's a fair bit of shortcuts, but there is not many shrines in this game, like, at all. There's only like one shrine here. Alright, let's see. We could turn something into this guy.
For me today? Let me make an assessment. Ah, I recognize this piece. Luyo-san crafted it for his daughter. Oh, the craftsmanship is impeccable, as you'd expect from a coroner. Ah, but poor pitiful Luyo-san. Such a shame. The townsfolk shunned him for his lowly profession. When he finally married and had a daughter, the baby died soon after birth. The loss broke him, but he somehow found a way to resurrect her. Yet, what returned wasn't his daughter. It was unnatural, a monstrosity. Ah, fate must be accepted, friend. To defy nature, it never ends well.
Beaked hood. Sure. Increases damage dealt against large enemies. Oh.
If you've got...
Oh, at half, cost of half of your red mercury, okay.
Trinity... the Trinity Bell. It's returned. Master's Trinity Bell has returned. Did you see it? Why are you silent? My fellow disciples! If I hadn't been so obsessed with escaping the underground palace, perhaps you would still be... I was wrong. So dreadfully wrong.
I will say, I feel like Black Myth Wukong definitely helped with, like, promoting this game in a sense, or like the popularity of Black Myth, I guess. It's insane how much Black Myth Wukong sold. Yeah, Wukong was fun. I do think, I don't know, I wish they did a little bit more with the combat system in that game though. The stances felt kind of like half-baked in my opinion. Alright, well, I think it's time to go down below. And there's probably some stuff I missed. We don't have the Reverend Temple key. Maybe we'll find that here, but we still don't have that. I will be right back though, chat. Give me 1 minute. All right. Okay. Chat, some of you need to control yourselves and go take a break from the stream. You know what I mean? That wretched priest concocting his potions in the shadows, denying us entry. I shall deliver him to the Ming troops, reveal his heretical ways for all to see. Oh, those give feathers. I was wondering what those did.
So the two of us really need to go down there. They say no one ever comes back. And those noises. You hear the two bullets.
Those two beasts from the shoe sanctum. One's locked up above, the other below.
Oh, finally, a new shrine. And people are saying it's review bombing, but the game just doesn't run well. I don't think it's getting review bombed, it's just the game runs poorly for a lot of people. You think I can throw it that far? Damn. What a toss. Cursed purple camellia tea. It tastes lingers on my tongue. Its scent haunts my senses. Even in the bile I retch come morning. Mining shaft number 1. We're getting so many consumables. What do these do? Reduces stamina cost. Okay. It's a shortcut. This place is kind of creepy. So close to one-shotting them. And I really dislike that I only have 4 item slots. I don't know why there's only 4. They just, I mean, if there was less consumables, I would get it, but they give you so much stuff to use. Oh shoot, we have even more stuff. Sending nearby enemies flying. Can also throw a spear. Cool. What the hell is that thing? Coffin enemy. Mm.
Evil.
How does the axe feel? I like the axe a lot, honestly. Okay, they do get immunity, it seems, to getting, like, knocked down. Yeah, the plunges and, like, the gravity in the game feels kind of jank. Oh, what the fuck? No, I don't have streamer mode on. Oh, nice. I think this is Mineshaft 1. Check my new longsword. Oh yeah, the lashing whip. Whip dance. Okay, you know what? I actually want to test something. Oh, it doesn't use any essence to do that. Oh shit, the tree opens up further. Oh, dang. Okay. Okay, so I'm curious here. Oh, it's this one still costs 6. Okay, hold on. I want to check my damage. So I have 102, 146, 73. Okay, so when you increase your mastery, that's basically like upgrading the weapon. Because now we're +3. So like the mastery improvement, I mean, I assumed it was pretty good, but I didn't really understand exactly how it worked. That's cool though, because yeah, your like weapon upgrades are tied to your skills and not Like an upgrade material. Oh, also, do I have benedictions on this axe? I don't. Oh, okay. Oh, feather pearls are the homeward bone. Oh, okay, so I can increase my madness. Cool. Okay. I mean, I don't know, Hazeblade, I mean, I know that when you reach full madness, like the invader spawns. Oh man, our damage is so good now. We're actually one-shotting these guys now as well. Yeah, honestly, I'm really enjoying the game so far. I guess my only complaint is that I feel like the game is a little bit on the easy side. Like the enemies, I don't know, the normal enemies are just, it feels like what the fuck is that? They can barely like do anything. You just kind of like stun lock them. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait, what am I doing? I kind of spaced out and forgot that I unlocked this shortcut. Whoops. That's fine. These insects, fierce, venomous creatures, yet we must hasten our task, remove the treasure. The rebels march on Cloudspire, their return is uncertain. Mining shaft number 2. Okay. So the mining shafts are like connected to each other, kind of. looks kind of like a boss door, maybe. Oh man. God dang it. Place is confusing. Oh, this is a door. Phoenix pendant. Yeah, enemies really do just kind of feel like fodder. Okay, wait, is this where I was? Yeah. That's the door that I saw before. I wonder if you can activate this and then run off. You can. This is mine shaft too, I'm pretty sure. Should be. Whoa, what the fuck? That was not very good. You know, I think these guys might be weak to fire. Oops. Okay, I don't know how to get to that side. Probably through here. lost remains. That's one of the upgrade materials that we needed or something. Oh, come on. I do not trust those items. Why is there so much shit here? God dang it, dude. My bowels betray me and my eyes weep crimson. Even meat has lost its savor. My mind falters, the tea's strength fades. I need some healing. The Raven pills are pretty good. They're better than the health pills. Special pill gives health, but it builds up corruption. I imagine the dough figurines are pretty good. Holy sh... I don't know if I want to mess with those guys. What do blight daggers do? Causes blight buildup. Well, that makes sense. Oh God. Any shortcuts? Before I fight this big crazy bastard? Aha! Nice. Oh hey, Gravy, thank you for the 26 months. And Trex, thank you for the 30 months. Welcome back, man. Thank you very much, buddy. Alright, let's go fight Birdman. Oh, he's fucking dead already. Why is he at half health? Is that because of madness? The stars above dance their endless waltz, painting the heavens in cosmic hues. The incense burns clean, the altar shines bright, Dharma's realm glows with divine light. Disciples of the Way, Wuizi, Pingyanzi, their fates entwined in sacred wisdom. Begone, wicked spirits and heretics, flee from this hallowed place. By the authority vested in me, I command thee. This looks like a boss arena, I'm not gonna lie. Are we fighting Freya? You have no flask? Oh shit, you're right. Try to use the feather. I think I have too much madness. Shit! Why do we do so much damage? Oh. Bosses are a bit on the easy side, yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe there's some, like, difficult side bosses, and we are still, like, early in the game, so... Let's see. Wait, is there 2 paths that lead to this boss? Oh, yeah, there is. Day 9. By the gods, I feel invincible. And he's dead.
beseech you, deliver me from this fate.
He damages himself when he does that.
Sister, I've gathered the elixir.
I feel like I just do so much damage. Oh shit. You can actually hit him when he does that. I took damage.
How could you betray me?
That's nice. The fucking animation from killing the boss interrupted my my cure. That's so stupid. Yeah, the boss fights are definitely like really easy. I mean, I don't know. We've been exploring and obviously we have like the +3 axe at this point. But we should probably go level up. I need 2 brilliant red feathers. There are +5 strength node here, which is pretty nice. Saw a streamer get frustrated by getting stuck on this boss. Well, they might have been like rushing through the game. Maybe. I mean, if I didn't upgrade my weapon as much and I wasn't like all in on the axe. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, I do have a flask upgrade, you're right. Whatever, I don't want to run back. Do it the next time we get to a shrine. Oh, the rocks were damaging him. Yeah, I see. The Tower of Sacrifice. Like a hidden wall. You think there's an illusory wall or something? Should we test it? Ah, fuck it. Well. I remember in Enotria, you could just, I think the elevator could just like go on top of you and it didn't do anything. You just like clipped through the elevator. I mean, not that Enotria is any type of standard to go by, but... Shrine is suspicious? What do you mean, the shrine that I spawned at? Or do you mean the thing in the arena? Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just meant to be used against the boss. be in my VOD channel. Yeah, it'll be on my VOD's channel. Yeah, sorry, I woke up kind of early today. Honestly, you haven't really missed that much. We're still like, I feel like we're still quite early on into the game. I'm in Central Standard Time. Okay, well that goes all the way up there. See what's up this ladder, I guess. How's the game so far? I'm enjoying it. It's definitely on a bit on the easier side, but it's been fun. Can you remove the armor? Of course. Chat just gets a little out of control when we have no armor on, so... I feel like I might have missed something there. Maybe not. Broken token. Be given to the Taoists. Well, you know, the funny thing, chat, is that, most of the all of the revealing armor sets are the, like, pre-order ones, I think. I mean, I think we actually got this armor set. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Oh, that's the case. Most of them are just, like, pants. The ones that we've actually found.
WUCHANG, you made it. How's the arm? No signs of worsening. Good. Here. Take this medicine from the boatman. It supposedly suppresses the feathering. I tried it myself. It's safe. I traded it for a small knife I carried. Fair exchange. Nothing worth keeping anyway. Easily replaced at sea. Locals call this Doom Willow Beach. They say that the corpses of those who fall to feathering are left here.
Oh, we're at Doom
Piles
Willow.
of corpses rotting on these shores. The trees themselves have mutated because of it. I had planned to cross here to reach the Tang Emperor's palace. If only I hadn't lost my pack. It contained quite a few useful things.
Maybe we need to find his pack. Possible. Oh, is this is the pathway that we saw before that we couldn't get through? Each enemy is unique and has distinct weaknesses. For example, wooden enemies are vulnerable to fire, while those wearing metal are weak to lightning. Okay. Oh! What the fuck? Oh man. Oh, we actually got a shrine, nice. That scared me, dude. Holy. I was not ready for that. That was funny, man. Okay. Well, we've got a few different paths we can take. I'm gonna go straight ahead this way first. Chen Yu, accidentally poisoned, died of sickness. Heirless Lu Yusan handled his funeral. Zhang Qing, torn apart by a feathered beast, died untreated. Qin abandoned him. Lu Yusan buried him. Get off my feet. Li Cheng, Dang Chang Da, and others vanished hunting monsters. Only their clothes were left to bury. Lu Yusan performed the rites. Wonder if we're gonna meet Lu Yusan. What the hell is that? Suspiciously involved in many deaths. True. Hello, Goetta. What's up? Sage told us the man-eating beasts fear fire, so he rallied the villagers to hunt them. If we fail, we'll burn the whole forest down. Let the flames purge this cursed land. Where the heck even am I? Corrupted flying dagger. Rip that guy. Mother and child lost to childbirth. A sage gifted an elixir recipe. By nightfall, human flesh became the key. The girl grows at an unnatural rate, months of growth in mere weeks. The villagers gossip about the elixir. We must flee by next month. We do so much damage. Feathers shed in a grotesque transformation. I am enjoying the axe. I do want to try out more weapons, though. I mean, I was using the spear for a bit. We did use the spear for like an hour or two. Here lies Lulu-san's beloved wife. Oh, there's a shrine here. I should use the spells. I've actually been kind of bad at remembering to use those. I haven't felt like it really mattered, though. To be fair. Okay, well... I wonder if there's any items we can give to people. Get off of me. We have so much purple camellia already. I think we have like 40 of them. It's kind of ridiculous. Alright, let's try some of the magic. That was cool. More camellia, nice. I'm kind of confused. Wait a second, is this? Oh shit. Wait, I think that's where we go from the shrine. What the fuck? she's fighting the tree. Oh god. Trees are kind of scary. More purple camellia. Yay. Oh my. Dude, this place is fucking confusing. Holy. I feel like I'm gonna be saying that a lot playing this game. Oh god, the tree. Okay, dude. Eat. Oh, I'm fucking cooked. I don't know where I am. My inner demon is 66 out of 115. Wow. Huge. Dude, I have no idea, like, where I even am anymore. I was just running for my life. Guys give nothing. Why am I even killing them? Dude, seriously, what is this area? Holy shit. kind of feel like this way up might be a shortcut or something. Maybe. Oh, hello.
Your arm. That energy seems even stronger now. The might of the primordial deity. No mere mortal should wield such force. You ought to be trembling, worm, to be given this divine gift. So, let's see, shall we? Will this immense power consume you, or will you conquer it? We'll find out soon enough, won't we?
Backstab rejuvenation. Holy shit, this place is a fucking maze, dude. I'm actually so confused. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Here we go. Wait, is this the one that I saw? I think this is back at the beginning, right? Oh, it is. Okay, nice. That's good. Okay, hold on, let's... Let's teleport to mansion. We killed this guy before. Was there anything? Oh yeah, there's a path that goes further. Oh my gosh. This map design is definitely, it's quite confusing. Not in a bad way, just, there's just so many different paths. Damn, this is a slow elevator. Yeah, this is the spot we found before. Holy sh... Can I do that? Am I able to shoot grenades? Man, I need to like go back already. I don't want to. Oh, you know what? Okay, hold on. We can get an extra heal. We need to go do that. And I think we can improve how much our flask heals as well. And they really could have made this ability, sorry, I'm reading chat. They could have made this elevator a bit faster. I want to get this 5 strength. +1 charge and improved health recovery. Nice. I always forget that you have to enter the dream. Alright, nice. 5. We got 5 heals, and they're stronger now, so this should actually help a lot. Yeah, I'm using the axe for now. We'll probably try another weapon later. I'm enjoying the axe, though. Alright, I just want to explore this area. Also, so do I have no madness now? Yeah, okay. Is this where I ran through before? No, no. Okay, this is... Oh man, this place is... I am getting confused for sure here. Okay. Is this where I came from? Okay, it is, yeah. I mean, we might have already seen everything, and I'm just wasting my time right now. Okay, so up there was the trees, the elevator, that's nothing. And I believe this is the way we ran before when we just kind of YOLO'd it. Oh. Oh, you think I can jump up? That was worth a try. Oh yeah, I did fall behind the fire, you're right. Yeah. I think that's pretty, like... Well, I don't know if that's intended, but... Doesn't seem like it's that difficult to do it. Oh, what the... Getting horsed. Sorry, horsey. These enemies on the ground eating my feet are insanely annoying. Oh. They interrupted it. Oh, we're back here. But she's gone. Also, I mean, I could drop down here. I don't know where it is, though. Okay, so the two different pathways both lead to the same place. Is this... Have we been here? Oh yeah, we're here. Okay, I see. Maybe you were meant to drop down behind the fire then. We have so many quests to do still. Okay, hold on. Let's go back and see if there's anything we missed. Okay, that's by the fire. I guess there's this guy. Burning flames. Whoops. Wait a sec, did I go? Oh, okay, I'm here now. I was gonna say I went up here before, but it's we've gone through so much stuff, it's gotten so confusing. I don't know where I'm meant to be going. Oh right, and this is where we looted the we're just going in circles. What the fuck is that? Oh. Oh. I see. Okay then. Yeah, I did get a spell for fire. That's true. Can put it on. Oh, divine might. Holy shit, okay, you do not want to be in the water. We should probably... It doesn't build up that fast. I think it did damage to me when he... Yeah, when he pulled it out. Almost there. Oh yeah, yeah, I could have put fire on my weapon, that's true. Wait, Ogrim, thank you for the 63 months. All tree jade cylinder. Echo of soulwood. Roll chunks of gore that explode upon impact. Yeah, the spells seem quite strong. Oops. All right. Increase the strength control of the weapon you're wielding. Oh, it gives like strength scaling. Sure. We don't have the other ones unlocked. Kind of want to go back to the temple and just talk to people and see if there's anything. No, you can't jump in this game.
Been to the Shoe Sanctum yet? Any word? I see. So that's what became of them. What's your next step?
I don't know.
If you're leaving, steer clear of the Tang Emperor's palace. It's dangerous out there. Don't want you caught up in the chaos. If you're leaving, stay.
Okay.
What? The Sanctum priests have fallen ill too. So, it really is hopeless, huh?
Hey, well, he gave us a feather. Oh wait, these are the... Right. Wait, lost remains. Is this... Why did I forget to loot this, or was this... I don't think this was part of the... Whatever. It's not a big deal either way.
Huh? Ma'am! Oh, it's a pleasure to see you again. Thanks to that thing you found, my brother is all better. I must say, the Taoists here are truly generous. They took care of my brother, and even gave me herbs to enhance my strength. I'm considering heading to Cloudspire. I've heard the people there suffer under rebel rule, and I want to help. Until we meet again. Perhaps by then,
give me some wine.
I'll be a top warrior, and we can sit down for a real drink.
Thank you. Well, that's an extra 12 damage right there. Nice. Oh yeah, and I can increase the health recovery.
This place is poorer than a beggar's sack. I better find richer pastures and pull off another big heist. You just wait, girl. One day, even you will bow before me.
Do you have anything new?
Come back soon.
Doesn't seem like it.
You have avenged me by slaying Lu Hongliu. I, Huang Diane, offer my thanks on behalf of all my fallen brothers. Please, accept this token of my gratitude. Thank you. Now I must return to Cloudspire and set everything in order once more. Until next we meet.
What treasures do you have for me today? This bronze
Got quite a few
statue.
things.
Could it be a sacred artifact of ancient Shu? Since you found this in the underground vault, I must tell you something. The Shu Sanctum has more than one priest, you know. Word has it that there are two, Lu Bingzhang and Lu Bingcheng. Twin brothers, believe it or not. The elder brother, Lu Bingcheng, oversees the vault, likely where they brew their secret elixirs. Oh, rumors say he kept a monster hidden below. A group of Taoists even tried to exorcise the thing. Only one Taoist returned. A woman. The others? Well, if you're curious about what happened, seek her out.
Okay.
You've been to Doom Willow Beach, haven't you? Quite the inferno, isn't it? Oh, it wasn't always like that. That giant tree? It used to be a peaceful place for prayers and blessings. You might still see red ribbons tied to it from the old days. But since the feathering, there was no place for the bodies. They burned them on the beach. The place became a graveyard. And the tree? Corrupted by death, it now hungers for the living. They say an altar there is the source of the unholy soulwood's awakening. Oh, you're lucky to have made it back. I'd steer clear if I were you. Do not return there.
Centipede hood. Centipede armor. Increase your weapon's magic damage, recover health upon defeating enemies. Increase damage dealt against large enemies.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment. If you've got...
All right. Is there anyone else I could talk to?
My son. Where did you go to? That's my boy. Let's see who dares speak ill of us now. Tell me, Did you find the white jade dumpling Lu Hongliu's been chewing on? Good. Come now, hand it over. Share it with your beloved mother.
Sure.
Wait. I remember now. You're not my son. My son is the hero of this town. He promised, once he defeated Lu Hongliu, he'd go to Cloudspire and make a name for himself. Said he'd become a great general. Give me a life of comfort. My son, wait for me. Your mother will be with you soon.
Okay. Okay. Let me talk to everybody. Back to the corpse pits. Yeah, sorry, I don't have like any mods in my chat. It came from over here, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm running on PC. Yep. I don't know if I like the centipede armor that much. Was there any other path over here? I don't think so. Another bunny bun. Man, I need some more endurance, actually. That'd be pretty nice. How's the game running? Pretty well for me, honestly. Jeez. I don't know. I gotta say though, I don't know if there's gonna be much in terms of like skips in this game with the fact that there's no jump button. But you never know. You never know. Seems easier than Souls. Yeah, I will say, like that was weird. I like pushed out. The enemies in this game are really easy so far. Like I don't know. It doesn't feel like the enemies really stand much of a threat or are much of a threat. Incense burner. Hand over to WUCHANG to gain access to new products. In the second year of Changzhen's reign, immortal Wanshu pursued the arcane arts through a vision he received in a dream. At the third year, the Ming Emperor had deepened his quest for immortality, drawing dark forces to the region. Monks were summoned to subdue these malevolent spirits, employing a sacred spirit turtle in their ritual. A monument erected for future generations. The spirit turtle.
There lurks a demonic treant at Doomwillow Beach. It seems even plants and trees are not spared from the feathering. The road to a cure is long and fraught with trials. The Tang Emperor's palace. It was once a sanctuary of immortality and enlightenment. Now it lies in ruin. But according to the townsfolk, this is where the first cases of the feathering emerged. Most curious. The rebels left long ago, yet the soldiers still guard this place. Surely there's more than meets the eye. Perhaps it is connected to the feathering. They protected my practice. A direct confrontation would be ill-advised. Would you be kind enough to investigate on my behalf? The people and I would be most grateful.
Okay.
Would you be kind enough to invest?
I will help you. Oh yeah, this is where the lady told me not to go. Why am I here? Well, I have to be here. I don't think I have a choice. I feel like I'm just bullying the enemies at this point. Honestly, the enemies don't give that much in terms of currency. Can't remember what the currency... Red mercury, right? The enemies don't give that much red mercury. At least these ones.
Purge the wicked!
And I gotta say, I really do not understand why there's only 4 item slots in this game. Like, they give you so many consumables to use. Just so weird. The Tang Emperor was deeply fascinated by exotic treasures, particularly intricate mechanical devices. Among his prized possessions was a rare and exquisite Buddha statue. This he displayed at the Hill Pavilion, whiling away countless hours day and night as he observed its beauty. Yeah, there was Wolong, WUCHANG, WUCHANG. Wonder what the next one's gonna be. Wait a second, which way did I come from? From here?
Searched everywhere. Couldn't find what you described. Keep searching. Tear this place apart. He's dead. Yes.
I feel like I'm so strong now. Eagle pendant. Stab attack power. With stamina recovery speed. Okay. There are like some elite enemies, not a crazy amount so far from what I've seen. There are some. Yeah, the enemies are just, they do just kind of feel like fodder at this point. We're just kind of cleaving through them. And I know somebody's in chat's probably gonna be like, well, you could just not upgrade your weapon or something, but like, yeah, I could nerf myself, but it's not really gonna change anything anyways. Consider not having thousands of hours of Souls-like experience. Nah. Like, the thing is, Chad, I have a lot of hours in Souls games, but that doesn't... I don't know, like, this is a new game. It's not like I know what the bosses do. I don't... Wondering if there was any other paths there. I don't think so. Oops. Okay, so there was the ladder. Where does this door go? Have I been here? This looks familiar. Yeah, we're back Oh, it's this door. Okay, now that I'm here, I recognize this. I see. I was a bit confused at first. It's part of the game. Maybe we'll try switching weapons though, just for a change of pace. I do like the axe, but... that move really does not do that much damage. What is that? In Shu's tranquil retreat, divine shards we behold. Can we seize the threads of fate or the eternal flow of life?
To shed this mortal coil and reach immortality.
What the fuck is this?
Alas, transcendence remains distant.
Whoa. I need to get some lunch soon, chat. I don't know what I want to get. Wait, where am I? Shortcut door somewhere. Ribs. I haven't had ribs in a while, actually, like quite a while. Okay, dude. Oh, we're here now. Oh, okay. I see. The game is good. It's a little bit too easy. Apparently it gets harder later in the game, so I've been told. We, Oh, you are friendly. My bad. Okay, what's up, man?
Year after year, I dig these graves. For heaven, for earth, for mankind. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The wheel turns, always waiting for rebirth. Can't you see? I'm preparing graves for those soon to meet their end. There's no need to panic. This grave is not for you. Not yet. Curious about your fate? Hmm? Seek the sealed doors. Cross that final threshold, and I will show you.
Is this too easy because it's you? I mean, dude, I played Kazan, and Kazan was like fucking destroying me. That game was like hard as fuck. So like, yeah, I mean, I'm decent at these games, but like, I don't think you guys realize how much just repetition, like, I would honestly argue that, I mean, obviously, a lot of like the Souls streamers, and like myself included, are good at the games, but it's not like we're like some fucking supernatural beings. Like, we all have thousands of hours in the games, and that's the reason we're good at them. When we first played Elden Ring, we got wrecked. I mean, kind of. I was kind of cheesing my way through a lot of the game, but you understand my point. I mean, Gino's really good too, but he puts in so much practice and like routing, and like sure, people just see the no-hit runs and they're like, oh my god, he's so good, but it's like he puts so much time in like practicing. Same with like speedrunners, same with challenge runners.
Cross that final threshold, and I will show you where you truly belong.
Okay, I guess I'll just go. I don't know how to get back to where I was.
Let me show you.
Oh shit. What the f- Dude, we do so much damage. Oh shit, she's sucking me. Oh! She doesn't do that much damage though. Dude, I don't even know what's happening. Alice Maid. Nice outfit. What about no chest piece? She warned me not to drink from the Lotus Pond, but the thirst is unbearable. I can't think of anything else. She's gone now. I tried to force her to drink before death claimed her. Where did she find the strength to resist? Fine then, don't drink. I'm so thirsty, surely a single sip won't hurt. I feel an itch all over, like something's trying to grow from inside me. I keep forgetting more and more. Blessed Buddha, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. think she died. Oh, she locked us in. Impressive. Oh, we can knock down the ladder now. It made it easy so you could play with one hand. Yeah, yeah, very funny. Heard that one before. Oh, this is the door. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, distro. Hi, Jen. Alright, well, we can get a level. Kind of want to try Rampage. Seems cool. Oh yeah, we got a Lost Remains. Oh yeah, we can increase the health recovery further. Well, we can get Rampage. We do have enough brilliant red feathers to upgrade. I mean, we might as well do it. I liked Earth Shatter, but I guess we'll try Rampage. You can only have one discipline, I think. Unless can I change the Empyrean Crash to something else? Or is that, I think that's like a default. Oh no. Fuck, he left so fast. Just use 2 axes? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Try this again, shall we? We might have to use a fire pot for this guy. Oh! I'm running him down. Oh, I don't know what that was. It popped up for like a split second, but then... Okay, well, what's up this way? Requires a Buddha statue. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's a person.
So it's lurking down there now, is it? Love's a strange beast, huh? Who can really understand a person's heart? Looks like you've hit rock bottom, friend.
What's that supposed to mean?
Beast, huh? Who can
Holy sh... Oh, we got the... Okay. Alright, let's go back. What's that gonna do? Open up a bridge in the center? Okay, cool. Does she have anything else to say now?
Love's a strange beast, huh?
Nope. This boss is hard? Yeah, yeah, okay. Likely story. As you face enemies with diverse attacks, you can learn weapon traits in the impetus repository, allowing you to clash or deflect. Yeah, okay, I have clashing. Clashes seem really good. Because you can just, like, attack into the enemy, more or less. Okay, hold on. Before we do this fight, I need to go use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. Hey, Bach. Yeah, the game's pretty fun. It's pretty easy, though, so far, but people are telling me this boss coming up is difficult, so we'll see. All right, let's do it.
That is sacred, not for your hands.
Okay, all right. She's kind of difficult, chat. I'll give it to you. I was wrong. What is the quickest way to this fight, though? Because I can't go down. Do I really have to? This run back's kind of annoying. I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. So I gotta go down this ladder every time. Missing constantly. Oh my god, she actually she punishes kind of hard though. She's really dancing around a lot. Yeah, I mean the game does tell you about getting deflect at this point, so maybe it's telling me something, but we'll see. I'm not gonna respec quite yet. She has like fucking iframes. Okay, so she does a double kick after that. Alright, so it seems like she does the double kick pretty often. Not this time, though. Yeah, the axe is a bit slow, but I mean, I don't think the axe is the problem though. Like I can still hit her with the axe. Yeah, the balance across the bosses so far has been like, I mean, yeah, this boss is actually pretty tough. He does pretty good damage and actually has a fair bit of HP, even though I have like a pretty upgraded axe. I mean, my armor is fine, I think. I mean, I could maybe get... The thing is like, is there any downside to... Wait, what type of damage does she do? The centipede armor is actually probably really good against her. Yeah, but she doesn't do magic damage. Well, the kick is probably blunt damage, though. She does do punches, but... I'm just gonna take it slow, try to learn her moveset. I feel like she can just combo so much. The range on that is not good. This rampage skill is terrible. She just like doesn't stop, man. This move, dude, Rampage is it's horrible. This shit is horrible. It just misses. Maybe on a bigger target it's better, but...
Let's see how much you love.
Oh, jeez. And I don't know. Maybe we should try to respec. Maybe the axe isn't that good here. I don't know, man. It's just, it feels like, I guess this is just one of those fights where you just only get to hit like the boss one time. I don't know, she just... there's just no like punish windows, it feels like, except for, you know, one hit. You can get one hit in, but... I mean, we're getting there. Like, we got her to half health. It's just, it doesn't feel like I can actually do much damage to her, that's all. I guess there's no deflect. With the axe, though. Hmm. I don't know, maybe we just respec. I wish you could have like loadouts or something. It's just, I feel like the talent, like respecking is going to become kind of, I mean, I guess you can just reset the whole tree. Okay. Oh, 5 bit? That's nice. Oh, there's also 5 strength down here. Well, we're using the deflect, so we don't really want that anyways. Anything else I want to get? Actually, we should probably still... Hold on a sec. We can get the... we can get extra health from going a bit into this tree. So we can get 5 endurance and 5 bit. Alright, that's good. Let's give this a shot. you're definitely meant to parry here. It actually like stuns her. I don't think you can parry that though. Okay. This is definitely not bad. It seems pretty lenient to parry her. I mean, before we entered the fight, the game literally gave us a tutorial that's like, you can get skills to deflect attacks. So, yeah. I mean, the game is straight up telling us to use deflect at that point. I'm sure you can do it without, but... the deflect does seem pretty good. Clash also works. Yeah, but you can only clash, like, on your later parts of the combo. Which I feel like it's kind of hard to get... to hit her with the later parts of your combo. Come on. Chill, girl. What is she fucking doing, dude? Oh, I it's still alive, wow. Not even phase 2. That is her phase 2. What do you mean? It was a good try. It's honestly shocking though, like how easy the bosses have been before this one. And I can't, dude, doing this fight without the deflect must just be so much worse as well. Come on. Okay, we cannot counter it. Okay. We can parry after 2 punches. Too early. Damn it. God damn it. Can you not fucking miss me? Please? Come on. Okay, dude, I'm just... I don't know if you can deflect that. I'm surprised I parried that. Dodged that. Phase 1 is super easy. Phase 2 is less easy because I feel like you can't deflect a lot of it. Yeah, we're close. We're getting there. What am I doing, dude? I think you can actually get a pretty big punish in when she goes for that. Oops.
Let's see how much you got.
I don't know. I feel like I parried that, but dude, I don't think you can parry that. Even though, I swear she's attacking with her weapon, but it doesn't work. I'm not really sure how you're supposed to determine what's parryable and what's not, though. I guess you can't parry that because she's attacking with, like, the water or something. Not really sure.
Let's see how much you got.
You can't parry the water attacks, I think.
That's how it's That's how it's
Nice.
Cloud Frost's edge. Descendant of the Eye lineage.
WUCHANG! WUCHANG!
Oh, we got the temple key.
You are finally awake. Her Yusai brought you back here. You've been unconscious for days, and he has kept a vigil by your side. Your expedition to the palace. Fruitless, it would seem. I am truly sorry for putting you in harm's way. Guilt racks me. Here, a token of my apology. Now, I won't pry into your dealings in Shu, but please, I urge you not to allow your condition to worsen. Years ago, I was tasked with crafting elixirs to strengthen the master of Snowfall Palace. That region is rich in red mercury ore, which they sought to use for the sake of longevity. Whether it can cure the feathering, well, that remains to be seen. I must tend to the patients here now. Should you uncover anything, please do share it with me.
Okay.
I must...
Bless this endeavor and protect us from danger.
Okay. Anything I missed? Oh, hello.
You've been unconscious for days. I told you to stay away from the palace. The old Taoist's been tending to you. That's why you're healing so fast. You've got the look of a warrior. Are you here to battle the forces of evil? When Zhang Xinzhong ravaged Shu, he left nothing but death. Blood flowed like rivers. He's dead now. But Liu Wenshu took his body to Zhenwu Temple. No telling what they're planning. If you're heading that way, mind doing some digging for me? I'll be waiting here at the temple to learn what you uncover.
He doesn't want to talk to me. Alright, well, the temple key is used over here. Or wait, no. Further up. Oh my god, my FPS.
Well, I'm here. The problem is how to get in.
I think you use the key.
Oh! You've managed to open the door? You've got some skill. Beyond this cave lies Cloudspire. I've been there before. The cold is biting. Here, take this.
Spicy
if you get
soup.
Too cold, a sip
Ooh,
will
I could
warm
go
you
for
up.
some soup.
The road ahead is long, my friend.
Some French
May we
onion
meet
soup.
again soon.
Alleviates frostbite buildup. And grants immunity. It's pretty good.
Now get lost!
Amitabha, Amitabha.
Huh?
Now get lost!
You've got guts walking around out there? Who knows when those Cloud Sparrow thieves will be back? Turn back while you still can. If you keep going, you'll end up in their clutches.
Sir, please, I've got no food left to give. Oh, not who I expected. Some marauding soldiers came through recently, stole my last scrap of food, and headed for Cloudspire. The Emperor's dead, and they think the madam will dance to their tunes. They'll get what's coming soon enough.
Left or right? I'm gonna go right. Okay, maybe I'm not. I don't even know what I just picked up. And I don't mean to do that. The thing is, so if you want to sprint in this game, you need to either hold B or you can also hold A. Now I have the A button bound to the back of my controller so I can like sprint with the A button, which is nice, but it makes, what the, it's like a little, like, what is that? You like double tap, you do like a forward dash. It's weird. I guess that's you coming to a stop from the sprint, yeah. Yeah, it closes out of the prompt for the items when I'm holding the sprint button. Man, I have all these consumables and I'm like never gonna use so many of them. There's no way up, right? Doesn't look like it. I guess we go down. We gotta go down to go up.
Your riches are mine!
Master Tai Chi to grasp the primordial deity's wisdom. Tai Chi. What do these divination crescents do? Is that a consumable? Oh, right, it's the prism stone. Right, I tested these before. This goes down. Yeah. Do I like the game? Yeah, I've been enjoying it so far. It's pretty good. Longsword is quite strong as well. We demolished that man. Guess we gotta wait for the elevator. Is it coming? It is. Man, that thing is slow. Dude, what is this? Why is the elevator not down by default? Any day now. Dude, why is this elevator so slow? It's not like there's any scenery for us to take in, it's just a fucking elevator shaft. Oh, it's one of these weird fucking doors again. Alright, we should probably grab this shrine. Hello?
You're going to cross the bridge?
Think so.
I don't know if you're searching for someone or passing through, But you should leave here now. I'm from Hill's Watch. Bandits attack, taking any woman they could find. They favor the young and fair, but they won't hesitate to take married women either, if it means leaving with something. I only managed to escape because my husband fought them off. Hill's Watch is just across the bridge. If that's where you're going, please look for my family.
Oh, poor lady.
Hill's Watch is...
Alright, I'll look for your family. She's lying. Whoa. Why don't you believe her? Oh, don't break, please. Okay.
So hungry. So very hungry.
Hopefully that's enough. I feel like going into the trees initially is good just because you get these big +5 nodes. I don't see any +5 node in the dual blades though. Well, there's some kind of deep in. Well, there is +5 agility, I suppose. It does boost your damage for long swords. I guess we could get that. Yeah, you can reset it for free.
I'm starving. Got any food to spare?
Oh, it's this lady.
Much better. What brings you here to Cloudspire? Throwing your lot in with the army for the free food, right? Smart move. Cloudspire sure is loaded. A widow runs things now. They say her other half kicked the bucket soon after she arrived, and so it was all left to her. Oh, the young folks flock here for a shot at a good post and decent pay. Get a good position here, and you're set for life. My boy's a hotshot general over there, you know. Why don't I put in a good word for you? Get you a spot, eh? The headquarters are nearby. I'm gonna go see how my darling's doing.
Okay. So what's my damage looking like? +71, yeah, that's really good. That's a lot of damage. How many brilliant red feathers do I have, actually? Only one, okay. Yeah, we can't get another longsword upgrade yet, then. That's my opinion on the game. It's been fun so far. It's a little on the easy side though. But the last boss fight we did, oh, there's a shortcut here. The last boss fight we did was a bit more challenging. Okay, well, we can go up or down. Snowfall Palace, once prosperous and serene, now seeks to grow. Therefore, we call upon the maidens of Hill's Watch. Those of 18 years and older and of fair appearance may present themselves. Those chosen by the ladies shall be granted fertile lands and meat in abundance. Heed this call, all you with daughters of age, and bring them forth at once. Come on, let me loot it. Classic. I'm fucking dead. Holy shit. Hey, the Shady, thank you for the 36 months. Whoops. Whoopsies. Let's see who's gonna win. No, 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 don't. Go get him. Nice. We have so much stuff. Game doesn't have difficulty options? No, there's no difficulty settings. All medical merchants bound for Snowfall Palace must register here before entering. Can't even get in. I do feel like the balance for this game is kind of all over the place, though. Like, some bosses definitely are, like, way too weak, and then other... I mean, the last boss we fought, I thought that was at least... That was, like, decent. It did feel like you kind of needed the deflect, though, for that fight, to a degree. Oh, it's storming out, chat. I just heard thunder. I love it when it storms.
Seeing you here in Hillswatch gladdens me greatly. I just crossed swords with Ai Nyingqi, the rebel leader. His cheap tricks made me tickle all over. I rested here for a bit after the fight. But when I woke up, my possessions were all gone. What's lost is lost. But it won't stop me from roaming these lands.
The Tomb of the Apothecary. It seems you can investigate the loose mound of dirt. I don't know how to investigate. Examine? Oh shit. Silk scarf. Holy shit. That was a fucking loud ass thunderstrike. A silk scarf belonging to the medicine merchant's daughter.
More of your kind, I see. Another warrior full of talk of justice and chivalry passed through some days ago. Knocked out cold and stripped clean of every belonging before long. In the world we find ourselves in, these are no days for valor. Better to live as a craven than to perish a fool in some forgotten alleyway.
That seems kind of dangerous. Dude, the deflect is so good. Oral bracelet. Yeah, the parry window is pretty forgiving. I guess the only thing is you can't parry enemies if they don't have a weapon. Okay, so we can either go... I like to make sure that I've thoroughly explored the area, so I apologize if it's like, why is he going back? Okay, this is where we came up. Alright, I see. Okay, no, we didn't miss anything. There's still the weird gate. Yeah, that's true, but the gate was right next to the shrine, so that's why I didn't... Oh, wait. Oh. I see. You got a shortcut. Oh, we don't even have anything on these. Potency of counter moves? That's good since we actually have counter now. No, I've said it multiple times already, but why is there only 4 item slots, and why is one automatically taken by the fucking heal? Like, you basically have 3. It's so... They give you so many consumables. I don't fucking get it. And then the game doesn't pause when you're in the inventory, so like... It's not like you can go in your inventory and use them.
But it won't stop me from roaming these lands.
It's kind of scuffed, don't you think? Maybe there's a way to get more item slots, but I doubt it. You don't need them all for each zone. I mean, that's true, but I don't know, man. Just only having access to 3 slots is very limiting. In my opinion. Hold down the spell item button. Yeah, I'm not sure. You can use the items with the 4 buttons, I guess. Well, when you hold Y in this game, that's your magic. But yeah, when you hold the item, I guess you get access to all items with the keybind, which that's actually kind of nice, but... I mean, I feel like they could have at least had the 4... Can I hit this? They could have the 4 dedicated item slots for that, and then... Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. Might need to restart the game soon.
Well, another warrior in our midst. Have you heard of the rebels looting and causing chaos? Did you come to mete out some justice of your own? Not all rebels are wicked at heart. Some mean well, but just aren't cut out for upholding justice. Keep that.
More spicy soup.
Perhaps it's the drink, but there are things I must tell you. If you want to do good, you'd be wise to steer clear of Cloud Spire altogether. The armies there have been clashing for months.
You remove all your stat points and reassign them? Yeah, I know. I've done that multiple times.
As well. Take my advice. He's not someone you want to trifle with lightly, lest you intend on throwing your life away. These are dark times indeed. I advise you to throw those chivalrous dreams to the wind. Come. Let's pour another glass.
My longsword does so much damage.
Life forfeit. Easy one. Still one.
Dude, the deflect is so good. I was, you know, I really liked the axe, but I think I like the longsword more now. Being able to parry enemies is pretty sick, and it seems really good as well. Oh, jeez. I didn't even see what that item was. Hitting me with the bow. Rebel orders. Block all roads to and from Cloudspire. No one is to pass. Workers have been sent to the outskirts to gather herbs, crystals, and other essential supplies. Yeah, but the thing about, well, whatever. The thing about clashing is that all of the clashes that I've seen are like, you have to do it partway into the combo. Seems more difficult to do. Okay, you know what? I kind of want to go... I want to go back and go through the door.
You went to the village. My husband.
I'm sorry. Challenge the threads of fate. Did I miss a path? Bridal Veil. Stairs going down. Oh yeah, I never went down here. Oh, you know what? We have a lantern. Let's actually try it. Nice. Fuck. Oh man, this storm is looking pretty gnarly right now. It's looking dark as fuck out. Okay, I really think we need to reboot the game soon though, because it's running like ass. I'm getting like little weird lag spikes. Holy shit. Okay, dude, he just what the fuck is that? Went to the left. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Holy shit, this is a long ladder. The fuck? Dude, where am I going? Oh, we're at the other side. Well, shit, there was another path in the mines, though, that I wanted to check. I don't know if there was much of anything there, but I want to check it. Yeah, we need 4 brilliant red feathers for that, so much. Alright, this is kind of annoying, but I guess I'm gonna... Oh, we're at a different area. Hmm. I've been enjoying the exploration. The world, like, the level design has been pretty good. Oh, come on.
Who are you? Speak!
Hello.
Curious. Your arms are feathered, yet, unlike those monsters, you remain sane enough to engage in conversation. A feathered one! With clearer thoughts than those mindless beasts! However, today's sanity may be gone by the morrow. Should your sanity slip through your fingers, I shall send you to the afterlife
Hey,
myself.
Patrick, thank you for the 39 months, by the way. And the Shady, thank you for the 36 months. Nas, thank you for the 30 months. Bottled Death, thank you for the 100-month resub. I bet he'll be a boss later. It reminds me of Ishin. No, I got the hiccups. Oh, fuck. How much madness does this give you? Let's see. 25. Okay, well, we have 2 new areas. I kind of want to go to the snowy pass, back to the snowy passage, though. This is where I came from, right? Yeah, I fought the bow guy. Okay. Okay, I'm going to restart the game because I'm getting like weird lag spikes. I think this game has a memory leak issue or something like that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh. You find yourself with that spicy soup basking under the sunlight is another excellent way to fend off the cold. We have a lot of spicy soup.
Made it. Got some new stuff for you. Oh, this is straight from the Tang Emperor's palace vault. The Tang Emperor spent all his days chasing immortality. Look where that got him. In the dirt, like the rest of us. The palace was abandoned. I combed it for treasure, but found nothing. Yet you managed to get what I couldn't. But I've got plenty of my own treasures. Take a look.
Bamboo hat? Uniform? Oh, he sells the daggers. Also sells feathers. Ooh, corruptive flames. That looks cool.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Come back soon. Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for. Come back soon.
Oh, whoops.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff.
Hey!
Come back soon.
Alright, let's try this magic. Arum Feather Force. Funny. How many of these feathers do we have at this point? 20. It's a decent, like, increase to your stats. I'll eat the soup once we're almost frozen. Oh, I'm in the sunlight. Ah, I see. Damn, she fucking gulps that soup down. You know, I think we're a little too well dressed here. What the?
Life is forfeit.
Oh. Oh, no fucking way. I thought if I hid here, he would... You bitch. It's a long freaking sword. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Fucking daggers too. Just do like nothing. Can you eat on the ladder? No. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Fuck you, man. Oh. Nothing a little soup can't fix.
Treacherous rebels.
I've been using the spells a little bit. Not too much, though.
You've come. The rebels swarmed like locusts.
One sword against their tide, I was overrun. Forgive my failure.
The glory of Shenru Temple blazed for centuries. And now, I am its last disciple. Alone.
I did not mean to do that.
Might I burden you with one last request? Just beyond that bridge lies Snowfall Palace, the wealthiest settlement in these lands. There's a treasurer there, a man named Lee. We're familiar with each other. Would you deliver this to him for me?
Sure.
Our temple is in ruins, torn apart by rebels. This recovery pill is all I can give in return. I pray it serves you well. Stay safe, and thank you.
More bunny buns.
General. These creatures, you kill them, they rise anew. They just won't stay down.
Great power that fuels their madness. Keep watching.
I feel like so OP when I'm fighting enemies. Like they just die so fast. It's like 2 shots, so many of them. I wonder if I can parry this guy. Oh, I can. We got a lost remains. Nice. What was that explosion? Were these guys throwing something at me? Oh, it was one of those. Oh, I see. We've got a lot of healing items at least. Even if we run out of our main heals. This is a big area, man. Oh, we can go in.
My boy. Those damned idiots said the general's resting in the tent, but he isn't letting anyone in. Cloud Spire's gone to the dogs. There's fighting everywhere. I wonder how my boy's doing. Hey, could you head to the army camp proper and relay a message to my boy? Just tell him his dear old mother is waiting for him.
Yeah, the sword like extends itself. It's pretty cool.
Good. I knew I could trust my gut. Take this. I lifted it from some soldier's body. The cover's sealed tight, and I can't pry it open. I've no use for it, so just think of it as payment. That's my end of the deal sorted. Now just don't forget about yours.
Bamboo missive. Thundering fly. There's so many different types. I have like 4 different types of daggers now. Okay. So. Oh shit. What the fuck was that? What is going on? Who is shooting at me? Oh, is there actual landmines? Oops. No, I'm not sponsored. I would have liked to have been sponsored, but I am not. I see them all. Not again. Oh my goodness, that was not very good.
yourself and cease your knocking. We are doomed if the rebels find us.
Are the weapons upgradable? Yeah, you can. You upgrade them by putting in skill points.
Down. Even the men they seized. For forced labor, they said. I alone escaped their notice. At my age, one takes each day as it comes. To die at home is preferable to torment at the hands of rebels. A corpse I shall be either way, but better to stay intact. You do well to take heed and tread carefully.
Okay. I gotta watch out for the landmines more. How do you get in there? Guess you gotta come down the ladder. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is where I was before. I thought this looked familiar. Right, okay. Just goes back to this area. Oh, that hit me. How much does the Kong wine heal? Oh yeah, the Kong wine reduces frostbite. Nice. I wonder how I'm supposed to get in that building. I guess I just gotta go further up. Okay, wait a sec. I need to rest. I also need to see... What does this say? Hey, Alex, thank you for the 5 months, man. The rebels have claimed the outer city and are demanding provisions. Every household must surrender grain and dried meats by decree. Those who disobey, who withhold their goods, shall be executed without mercy. Can't open. Oh, it's one of these fuckers. These crawling guys are like kind of a pain in the ass. got some soup. No way, dude. Is that a mine or is... No, it's not a mine. That's a mine. Oh my god. These things just constantly spawn these enemies, it seems. Wow, okay. What the fuck? Oh, I was looking at the enemy in the distance. There's a shortcut? Oh.
I was forced here.
Shit, they were talking. Whoa! What do they drop? Soup. Okay, I'm not... I have lost track of where I am. This place is fucking confusing. Oh, Jesus. I really thought he would get caught on the corner. Why did you have to notice me already? Thought I could backstab him, dude. I'm fucked, dude. Can I actually get a backstab, or do they have to be unaware? Oh, I actually can. This might kill him. Oh, nice. Well, that went well. Shit, I keep doing that, dude. I like loot the... I loot the item and then I start sprinting, but I don't mean to like... Because when I press the sprint button, it gets rid of the prompt, but I don't mean to do that. That's so annoying. It's not even rushing though, like... I mean, I guess, but... It's just because of the way it's set up in this... Oh, God! Right as I did the attack, I remembered there was a mine there. You know, whatever. That's okay. No, you can see them in the snow. They're kind of hard to see though. Fucking piece of shit. Oh, I've used almost all my bunny buns. Fuck. These fucking mines, dude. Looks like mobile game. What kind of mobile games are you playing? Oh, there's an item on the roof.
Death, take me.
What happened to my clothes? We're just building up our resistance to the cold. Oh, and running into mines. Dude, oh my god, this fucking area sucks ass. Fucking hell, this is annoying, actually. It's just mines and fucking exploding assholes who track you pretty well. The AoE of their explosion is so big too. I hate everything.
Touch me!
Is it possible to set them off? You can, okay. Doesn't seem like there's any more mines, at least.
Stop your knocking. You'll draw the beasts upon us. You escaped from worship's rise, did you?
Dude, look at that guy against the bench.
Then your fate is sealed. For this place is no safer. My neighbors are all infected now, tearing at any who draw near. And those bitten soon turn into monsters as well. This village has become a den of horrors. None dare to flee, for there is no safety beyond these walls. Enough of this. Flee while you can. The farther you run, the better.
He died happy. Yeah, I guess so.
Enough of this.
Jeez, dude. Classic Neo 2 outfit. Hey, we have a full armor set on right now. Thank you very much. What's that? Shrapnel bomb. And be inserted into a cannon. God damn it, dude. The fuck is that? Why is there always a mine, dude? I'm looking for a shortcut.
Take me.
The hell is this? Not sure she knows how to get in here. The NPCs I've enemies don't do well with elevation. I've come to learn. You know, oh no. Oh no, she's on to me. Fuck is that? What? Fucking cannon sucks. I mean, the thing is, that demon didn't get spawned because I was going back for my souls. But maybe it doesn't matter. And what the... I fucking hate... I hate this. These mines are so fucking annoying, dude. Holy shit. Dog set it off. That's nice. I find it funny that the bombs do like 500 damage to me, but like fucking 80 damage to the NPCs. Oh my fucking god, dude. Alright, just let her fight. Or not? Aren't they supposed to like fucking fight each other or some shit? Maybe this was the right way? Isn't this where I was over here before? Okay, I'm actually just going in circles. I don't know if I ever went up this ladder. Oh, wait, no, I did, because this is the... There's a bird there. This is the tower I climbed, right? Okay, I mean, I see the way, I think. Alright. Take a rest. Oh, we have another heal now. That's actually pretty nice. Oh, shit. Oh, here we go. We can increase the max. Nice. Alright, well, an extra heal and they're stronger now. So I can tank an extra mine. Let's go. Hello, Devereaux. I think we need to go this way, but we can't. Maybe up here. Instead of going left, we gotta go right. Woohoo! I feel like using these cannons is kind of difficult. Wait, I was here before. Did I die? Oh my god, I'm confused. Okay. I'm getting tired of running back from this fucking this fucking shrine too. My god. Okay, we need to get this shortcut unlocked, man. I don't know if it's behind the red-eyed guy. I feel like it is based on the terrain. Well, I guess not. That was pretty sick. Twin bandits. I see that mine there. Okay, the door is over here. I'm just going for it. Oh, there's a door here. I don't know if I want to go through the door or not yet. I guess you could just farm these guys forever if you wanted. They don't give shit, but... You could. Turn on our lantern. That's crazy that I guess even if you kill them, they still explode. I just want to make sure. I thought I saw another pathway over here. Oh, there's an item. Not anything I needed. But yeah, we can go this way. Nice. Oh god, no! Oh. Hey. What's up? You gonna go to sleep? Okay. Oh my god. Dude, he is perfectly... Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad, I guess. He's perfectly timing all of his attacks to hit me the moment I roll out, like, the moment I roll out. So I guess you just have to wait on the ground. I really didn't think he was gonna do that attack 3 times in a row, though. It is annoying how long you get knocked down in this game when you get put on... Oh, okay. This guy is like infinite stamina, man. Dance with grace. I don't think I... Oh wait, I do have a dance. Just don't fucking fall off the cliff now. Red mercury essence. What the hell is that? Oh, right. Yeah, that's the skill. That's the name of the skill point. Oh, okay. I see. Dance again? You want me to dance for you, chat? Sacrifice. Haven't found any new armor in a bit.
Bureaucrats feast behind their city walls. Such injustice.
Hi. Like my character?
That the biz look like it.
It's good against the cold.
Okay.
Whoa! No! Sorry. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Oh, nice. Yeah, you'll have to show me which one you got. I'm surprised I didn't get one shot by that again. This guy's back. Please just let me climb the ladder. No time for more ladder climbing. I have a full armor set on. That fucking enemy placement is so... so dirty.
Take me.
Okay. That gives 1,000. 1,000 mercury, it's pretty good. Okay, so... that's back. Okay, we need to go this way now. Hopefully there isn't any other paths I missed. I don't know what that was. The fuck is this? Use cannon, but how's that gonna help me? I still can't get across then. Oh, great. Love it. I fucking love it! Have I been down there? Dude, I'm getting confused. I guess I need to go this way. Give me your soup. What is it? Okay, right, now we're here. Okay, I guess we just gotta go this way.
General. I'll sever your head.
Woo. I'm getting kind of dirty. Oh, there is a bow guy here.
Take me.
Kind of funny though that the enemies can't climb ladders. I feel like surely it's not that complicated of a thing to program. Of course.
General.
Yeah, I see the mine. Oh, is this a shortcut? Well, it is, but we can't use it. There's a mine there. Another mine. Oh god, is there a boss there? Oh, what the fuck is this? That looks like a boss room. Unless, wait, no, this could be a shortcut. Oh no, never mind. Rebel camp key. Oh, there's a shrine. Nice. Might as well use some of these. Get a few level ups. I want to get more stacks of the might. Oh, temperance charges. Ah. Oh, nice. unlocks acupoints temperance. Okay, yeah, we definitely want to go further into this tree. A lot of stuff here. Oh, okay. We only have one, so we can't... I see. Oh. Was there... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your guys' conversation. This is not annoying at all. Whatever, fuck that guy.
Guards haven't left a towering face. Mark my words.
Oh, that's gonna increase my madness. Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to kill those. I wonder if we're gonna get the rebel camp. The rebel camp key here. Fuck me, dude.
I'll sever your head!
General.
I'm using the longsword right now. I want to try like all the weapons though.
Take me!
He's not dead? Do storm ward pills do? Lightning mitigation, okay. Is there a fucking why is there a cannon in there? That is so troll. Oh, we got a pendant. Damage dealt against enemies at full HP. Oh. No one expects the 10 cannon. You know, that's true. I definitely didn't expect it. Oh, he had the key. Oh, and Thunderstorm, a secret letter. He had everything. Having relieved the treasure from a woman, Honglong set out for Cloudspire in the deep of the night. Oh, nice. That's good. Nice. Hmm. Kind of want to just keep getting more might. If I can. Oh yeah, we can level up the sword. You're right. Nice. +5 lashing whip. Did I check the twin blades? No. Okay, we gotta go down this way. The mining road. I wanted to use the better fire pots, but like I didn't really have time to equip them. Yeah, I have a key for the gate, but I want to explore here first. Otherwise, I might forget about it. I imagine the key is where we need to go. Stamina recovery speed, but increases damage taken. I guess it's better than the other one, probably. I would assume, anyways. And we're doing so much damage. One must heed the teachings of the primordial deity to unlock his gate. Oh shit, okay. I mean, there was a location I saw. Maybe there's something in the cave here, I don't know. Does bare ass buff your damage? Yeah. Oh, you can skip the key if you go through here. What about that gate then? Shit. Wait, maybe not. No. This is where we were before. I think. Can't use it. All right. I can cause... There's a way to remove madness, but I don't think you can do it unless you are in that one there's like a specific location that you have to do it. Okay, well, I'm curious about the primordial deity. I want to go into that door down there. But how do I get in there? Fight seems pretty easy so far. Not gonna lie. Okay, maybe a little bit. Maybe not.
Will claim the throne.
Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering if they exploded. There we go. Alright. Flamebringer +5. Oh, it's that bridge. Okay, we got a new spell. Echo of Ai Ninki. I do kind of want to try magic as well. But, you know, the thing is, you get this, like, you have the temperance, which gives you, like, a weapon buff. And this thing is, I think this thing is pretty good, but that's like 2 item slots just already used. Yeah, we could try to respec for the dual blades. Or the one-handed sword. What is the rosary bead for? Oh, okay. Now I gotta remember where that bridge is. The astral blade. Oh my goodness. This goes fucking far. Honestly, there's not that much stuff that boosts magic in this tree. Spinning kick. Further in the tree, you are right. Well, we have a ton of extra magic now. I don't know if it's gonna be good, but we'll see. I think we have a magic weapon, so I think it should be good. We gotta rest. what's the damage like? It doesn't seem that good, but the magic damage is good. I don't know, we'll see how it is, I guess. I mean, the thing is, most of our damage comes from, like, the abilities now, I think.
General.
Wait, did I go up here before? Nope. What the f- He just keeps going. Oh my god! I'm gonna go up here and you guys can fight each other. You're doing good. Thank you. That slicing Zephyr move is good. Okay, I need to figure out what is What are the skills on this though? Channels the power of your weapon, increasing spell damage. Okay. The biding time, impetus repository. I don't know if I have biding time. Okay, I think we gotta go back this way. I think it's this way? Yeah. The slicing Zephyr skill actually seems pretty good, I gotta say. It does like one of the skills I got lets me do, oh, another boss fight?
Your Majesty, grant me the honor of continuing my service to you. Your Majesty, please take shelter here for now. Allow me a moment to my duties.
Damn, this guy's kind of tall. Or at least he looks tall.
This blade served the Emperor. Now it thirsts for the blood of invaders.
Okay. This guy is kind of strong. Okay, we can teleport to the other shrine though. There's a faster way to get back here with the shortcut we unlocked, I believe. Looks like another boss to parry. Yeah, I don't know if I want to parry though. Rage baiting? What do you mean? This run back kind of sucks though. Oh, great.
Once this blade served the Emperor. Now it thirsts for the blood of invaders. By the whirlwind! rebellion.
Oh, come on. Man. This guy's really tanky. I mean, longsword just seems better in general, but I just don't have that many ways of generating the Skyborn might at the moment. Like, we might need to get higher level. I mean, I have a full set of armor on, chat. Like, my armor's not that bad.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now it thirsts for the blood of invaders.
That is a slow-ass magic attack. God.
I wasted on rebellion.
He does so much damage. I bet the deflect is so good here. I don't know, man. The one-handed sword, I mean, it's okay. The Zephyr move does like 500 damage, which is pretty good. He's so aggressive, this guy. This guy is really tanky.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now it thirsts for the blood of invaders. I wasted on rebellion.
fuck these combos.
Frost and snow, my loins stand.
Whew. I wish I had more health, man. You know what? I might like respec a little bit. I still kind of want to use the sword, but I don't know about going for all the magic. I kind of want some more health. But I guess Slicing Zephyr is there. I don't know like what type of damage this does. Like, is this... Not sure. I guess strength doesn't really do much for me, actually. Okay, well, we got 10 extra agility. Thing is, I'm not sure. Okay, so like this one-handed sword is with agility. This one is magic. Okay, let's try the other one. I don't know if it's gonna be better. It might not be. Depends what Slicing Zephyr scales with. I feel like this run back is a little unnecessary, though. I don't mind fighting this boss, but this run back is kind of ass. Oh yeah, I don't have the items in the weapon. some reason it didn't do my follow-up attack there.
Frost and snow, my loyalty stands. For you!
Okay. Maybe you want to dodge away when he does that. Like I just can barely punish him.
For you!
He's so tanky. Spamming spinning slash? Yeah, because it just it actually interrupts him. Okay, we should use our temperance though. Shouldn't forget about that. Cause that's like the grindstone, like the grindstone in Liza P, I believe. So, dude, the boss like difficulty in this game is all over the place. Some bosses are so easy, and then like this guy's tough. The lady in the lake was pretty tough too.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now it thirsts for the blood of invaders.
I just couldn't get away. I love, dude, that fucking move is like a 15-hit combo. The problem is I get hit like once and I need to heal. Yeah, it does, the damage was better. Just... dodging like a newbie. Yeah, it's almost like I've only fought this boss a few times and I don't know his moveset. Oh, go figure.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now it thirsts for the blood of invaders.
okay. I'm just getting permanently stunned.
Why waste it on rebellion?
I'm scared of that that 3-hit combo with the smash that he does at the end. You need to be like behind him, because if you dodge the first part of the attack, the second part of the combo hits you, and then the third part is guaranteed to hit you because the second part stuns you. Hey guys, I can't parry with the one-handed sword, and I don't want. I don't really. I don't feel like anytime I run into any difficulty, I don't want to just be like, okay, time to go back to the longsword, time to parry, oh, time to parry. I just respect like fucking 10 minutes ago. I don't. I want to respec back to the longsword again already.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now it thirsts for the blood of invaders.
That's...
For you!
Dude, that fucking double hit move, you have to dodge the second part of it so early. Or maybe if I dodge into him, the third part will miss. I don't know, man. You can dodge both hits, but you have to dodge the second hit like extremely early. Didn't reach stage 2. Is him not turning into a cloud of ice and doing new attacks not stage 2? Right. It is kind of funny though, because I do wonder like how much easier this is with the longsword.
this blade serve the Emperor, now we thirst for the blood of invaders. Fighting whirlwind. Why waste on rebellion?
I thought I could just... So annoying to heal against this fucking guy too. Just gotta wait for his like fucking 17 hit combo to end where he can heal one time. And stun him if you hit him in the back with the longsword heavy attack. Well, you should be able to do that with any weapon then. I don't think that's specific to the longsword. Hey Slurp, thank you for the 7 months.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now we thirst for the blood of invaders. Rebellion. Fighting whirlwind. Frost and snow. My loyalty stands.
It's ridiculous how much damage that does. The hitbox, I'm dead. The hitbox on that is interesting to say the least. He like, I dodged, but the hitbox connects so late. Like he jumped at me, so I dodged, but I don't know. That's my bad though. I think it's because I dodged backwards. The centipede armor seems like so good. Let's see, what's the highest stab resist? Let's go for this again. Because the thing is, he does do frostbite though.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now it thirsts for the blood of invaders.
Honestly, I feel like it's helping quite a bit. It's actually helping like a lot.
Frost and snow, my loyalty stands.
Okay, that's cool. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of the one-handed sword. Not a big fan. Change the appearance. Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe I shouldn't try to do that right here. Yeah, it's more magic focused, but even with all the magic buffs, our magic wasn't really doing all that much. There you go, chat.
Once this blade served the Emperor, now it thirsts for the blood of invaders.
Forgot to use the temperance. Oh my god. Oh, maybe I could strafe that. Dude, I'm fucking rolling, like... At least I feel like I'm rolling.
Frost and snow, my loyalty stands.
Okay, after the 2 pokes after the stomp, is it punished?
Talents should serve the throne, not betray it.
God, the fucking one-handed sword is so shit. I get to hit him for like 150 damage. Like I do 2 hits and it's nothing. I don't know, man. Maybe we should try to use a different skill, but I mean, we're kind of crutching on this one at the moment. I mean, you can do this, but it doesn't do damage, so... I guess we can at least equip some stuff, though. Alright, let's see how this goes. I mean, the thing is, if I switch to a different weapon, this boss would probably be dead already, but like... I don't know. I want to beat him with the sword.
Once this blade served the Emperor. Now it thirsts for the blood of invaders. Why waste them on rebellion? Frost and snow, my loyalty stands. The storm broods for you.
Oh, he was so close to staggering. I fucked up.
Serve the throne, not betray it.
Thank you for waiting patiently.
I still have strength to fight.
Come on, do the jump. No fucking way. That's cool. Oh boy. Thought I would be dead. Okay, I guess he's just going ape shit at the very end. That's cool. I was trying to fucking heal. He interrupted me with the fucking daggers and then jumped across the entire fucking arena. I lock in the first half. It's almost like the first half's a lot easier because the boss doesn't fucking have new moves. Chat, some of you are so fucking stupid, I swear to God.
Once this blade served the Emperor. Now it thirsts for the blood of invaders. fight! For you!
Let's do the fucking jump move. Woohoo! Got him. Wooden strip. Honestly, dude, the damage of the Zephyr move was pretty fucking good. And you can do it 2 times in a row even. That was not bad. Hey Andretti, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, you can also clash when you use the Zephyr. Equipping all that stuff increased our damage like quite a considerable amount as well. Oh, there's +5 magic over here as well. Hey, thank you for the 15 months, K-Transplanter. Merkenfar, thank you for the sub, man. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Progress. I will be right back, chat. Short break. Alright, for you guys in YouTube chat, can you keep it English, please? Thank you. I don't really like the light combo on this weapon all that much, I will say. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's like multi-hits sometimes, so you're like committing to 2 hits, which is kind of annoying. But the Zephyr is really good. Can you put Zephyr on other stuff? I think it's a one-handed sword move. And the strong attack is also like a super big commitment attack. I'm like so tanky now. Whoa. A trap.
Chang, what are you doing here of all places? How's your condition?
Oh shit. Oh my god, he's got me pinned against the corner between the fucking NPC and the
How's your
wall.
condition? I passed many people who've fallen to the feathering. Most lost to madness. But your mind, it remains sharp. The boatman's medicine must be working. Ah, I nearly forgot. My memory's been slipping as of late. The Imperial Guards from the Tang Emperor's palace have definitely made their way to Cloudspire. I hear they're led by Hong Lan, commander of the Imperial Guard. I tried following them into the inner city, but the drawbridge was raised. I had to slip away and find another route. As fate would have it, I was captured by rebels. Held for days, I nearly ended up as their next meal. Fortunately, chaos erupted within their ranks, and I managed to escape during the confusion. I've kept busy gathering information these few days past. Apparently, the rebels wish to steal a certain something, thus their plots to break into the city. There's talk of the Madam of Snowfall Palace having ties with Ai Nung Chi. And the commander, it's said she also went to Snowfall, and hasn't been heard from since. Could she have been captured? Is there secretly discord between the Ming forces and Snowfall Palace? Almost slipped my mind. Take this. The old boatman gave it to me before I came to Cloudspire. I tried to offer payment, but he refused, claiming I had already given enough. He mumbled something about 4 peculiar objects that consume their bearers. Whether it was truth or simply the madness speaking, I cannot say.
Is that the
We should
Lord
head to
Souls?
Snowfall Palace first, before making any further plans. Lowering the
Snowfall
drawbridge must
Palace.
have attracted unwanted attention. Tread carefully.
Our great Meng!
There's no shortcut here. I feel like there might be some stuff I missed. Down below. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna go back and look real quick. No, I think we checked. I think we got everything. Okay, well, that was a little bit too much face tanking, I think. I think it's best if we just go rest. This is just Gunnar bait. No, that's just me.
I know you. Yes, you're our savior. The one who dealt with those ruffians. The madam's beside herself with joy.
There's plenty of armor sets in this game that are not like
The
this.
name's Lee, a humble treasurer. What can I do you for? At last! I assume it was that Taoist woman who sent you? No? Could nary pry it from her clammy hands. Yet now she sends it right to me. It's a damn shame. The state those rebels left Zhenwu Temple in. We'd often work with the Taoists during their heyday. Indeed, it was with thanks to them that business here in Snowfall first flourished. But times change. Chaos racks our world, and without the Madam, I dare say Snowfall Palace wouldn't be standing today. Rest assured, now that I have the scroll, that Taoist will be handsomely rewarded.
Okay, that magic move is kind of that move is pretty good actually.
Come on out.
Okay, dude. I guess I shouldn't have dodged backwards. I should have dodged into him. Just thought I could get enough distance, but nope. Nope. God, dude, some of these runbacks in this game are fucking not great. I wish there was a tiger running scroll like from fucking Neo or something. The damage is just... Dude, it feels like my attacks just like fucking miss with this weapon so often. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, God. Oh, the fucking one-handed sword is... I don't know. I think I'm gonna switch weapons soon, Chad. I don't know. I mean, the Zephyr's alright, but... The longsword seems so good compared to this.
Are you, Miss? Ever visited Hills Watch? I'm Fang Yao. My father's a local apothecary. Father was wounded by the Snowfall folks while protecting me. I just want to know how he's doing. If you hear any news about him, could you let me know? This handkerchief. Mother made this for me. Father, he's... Ling. What do I do now?
Hey, Pretend Ever, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. I'm sorry. Snowfall Palace, once prosperous and serene, now seeks to grow. Therefore, we call upon the town's maidens. Those of 18 years and older and of fair appearance may present themselves. Those chosen by the lady shall be granted fertile lands and meat in abundance. Heed this call, all ye with daughters of age, and bring them forth at once. Hi, Larksa. Oh. That was close. Using this weapon, like... These enemies would be dead in half a second with the longsword. Yeah, we can swap weapons. That's what I'm gonna do, actually. We'll try the dual blades. Why not? I mean, these trees here did give 5 agility each, which is pretty decent, but... Blade dance. Oh, performing a successful clash heals you. Oh. There's a deflect. I think the twin bandits are the best. Well, I guess the firearm blades have like an aim attack though, but the twin bandits can block. Wait, why is there strength in this tree? Oh, well, I guess the weapon I'm using scales with strength and dex, so. Alright, well, let's see what this is like. Yeah, actually, I like the skill system. I wish there was loadouts, though. I wish that you just had a separate, like, if they're gonna let you respec, you should just have, like, separate skills for each weapon or something. Because the further we get into the game, the more annoying it's gonna be to, like, respec as well. Was there any other path here? Oh, we just went in a circle. I see. That was better. Wait, what the? The R2 on this weapon seems crazy.
Who
are you to...
Ball invader!
Okay, that's... I'm not sure what just happened. So I could have sworn I pressed... Wait, is block LB or LT? Oh, it's LB, that's why. I did the blade dance move. Oops. Am I planning on beating this game today? No. The running attack on this weapon is trash, though. The running attack on the spear is, like, crazy. Same with the longsword. Do I heal when I parry? I have like a lifesteal or something. They're co-op? No. I don't think so. This guy friendly? Hey, buddy. The young master was overjoyed and immediately sent out an invitation to find a tailor in preparation for the wedding festivities. Those who are qualified may present this to Shen the butler in exchange for 100 taels of silver and a generous supply of meat. Ooh, oops. I did not mean to press that button. Glut.
Right. Right.
I don't know where I'm supposed to go from here. This just goes back. Was there a pathway that I missed? I don't know if it's back in the area we just were. Oh, right. We went down instead of up the ladder here. So it looped back.
Now, where did I put it? It must be within Cloudspire. Time's of the essence. Better get looking. Ah, the lady who lowered the bridge, I presume. You should know that your deeds left the madam exceptionally pleased. My name is Shen, the butler of Snowfall Palace. I deal with all matters large and small on the madam's behalf. The madam appreciates your help, but we're making preparations for a rather grand event. Hence, I must insist you keep out. By all means, proceed if you must. However, I shall turn a blind eye only if you help me find a certain something. Much appreciated. The certain something is a set of 2 pieces. A phoenix coronet and a vermilion wedding dress for the bride-to-be. Nary a soul in Snowfall Palace is wealthy enough to sport such fine attire. You'll recognize it at a glance.
Okay.
And then overthrow that hag in the palace. Can somebody help us?
What's up, ladies?
So you slayed those bastards, that right? Can't say you look all that strong. Heard of the great yonder gang, perchance? We rule things around here in Snowfall, and I'm the leader. Don't fear, you're in luck. I'm inviting you to join us. We'll overthrow that hag together. What do you say? Wise choice. You're one of us now. That one over there's Matchstick. And then there's Glut. He's not back yet, though. We'll do great things together.
Boss says the bridge has been lowered. Was that your doing? Well, calling me impressed. I can finally go look for Granny. Granny's getting old, so Dar sent her to that dark and smelly Mort Grotto, as per our traditions. It's atop the cliff at the mining tunnel. All the old folk are there. Dar says they have plenty of meat, so I needn't worry. That's rubbish if you ask me.
At the top of the mining
I'm sure
tunnel.
Granny's starving. I've got to head back to the village for food and get it to her. Granny must be waiting for me at Mort Grotto, right? Granny must be waiting for...
Hear anything of note while at Snowfall Palace? There. Who cares if the hag's good-for-nothing son is getting married? And those, well, they're just lost scraps of cloth. Serves that old fart right for rushing everything. That old coat's up to no good. I bet the hag's behind it. Been snatching up brides left and right. I want to stand up for them. But he's trying to force us out of Snowfall Palace. In his dreams, we'll remain for as long as Snowfall Palace still stands. Look, I'll be honest. I've got the wedding clothes. Well, seeing as you're one of us now, you'd better act the part. It's been a fair while since Glut left. Fetch him, and I'll give you these blasted wedding clothes.
We just saw Glut. What the? You bitch. Hey, we gotta go, Glut.
Right, now we can find
Okay, dude. Probably counted. I don't know. But my money's over there. I didn't want to have to kill everybody again. But I guess we have to. Alright, everybody fuck off.
I'll have you pay!
I've got to eat wherever I can find, because the butler's busy. Boss says the butler's a meanie, but he brought me food, and he took my master to Snowfall Palace to achieve greatness. My master's the greatest tailor in town, although I haven't seen him since he set off for Snowfall. Oh, the butler said my master wanted to see me, to show me what he'd been working on. But, boss is looking for me too, so... I don't know what to do.
I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose I should stick with Boss for now.
Sending him to the castle seems like death. Yeah, possibly. Where was I going in the tree? Yeah, +5 strength is right here. We should probably get that. Skill forest? Yeah, it's a lot. So yeah, this thing has strength and agi scaling, although I guess the agi scaling is better, but... Okay, chat, I think I'm going to call it here. We have been streaming for very long, and I am getting pretty tired. We have been streaming for 12 hours. Is there backtracking if you miss birds? Yeah, you can teleport to like previous areas and everything. Yeah, I'm pretty tired, guys, but thank you all for watching. WUCHANG's been it's been pretty good, honestly. I wish that there's been like 2 difficult boss fights total, I would say. And I wish more of the fights were like that, but yeah, there has been some good boss fights. So yeah, we'll continue with this tomorrow, chat. So I will see you guys then for some more WUCHANG. How's performance? It's okay. I'm not really a good person to ask. Man, I'm tired. Let's see. Who are we gonna raid? I don't know. I think I'm just gonna end the stream. I don't know who to raid, and I'm too tired to stick around for the raid anyways, so go watch whoever you want, chat. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. I will catch you guys next stream.